Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Dr. Rahat Naz, and it is my utmost pleasure to welcome you all to the International Research Conference organized by JSMU Medical University and its alumni. With us today, we have our Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Muhammad Iqbal Chaudhry. Sir, we welcome you. We will begin our program with the name of Almighty Allah, for which I would request Sayyid Muhammad Mubashir to come on stage and recite a few verses from the Holy Quran.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وعنت الوجوه للحي القيوم وقد خاب من حمل ظلما ومن يعمل من الصالحات وهو مؤمن فلا يخاف ظلما ولا هضما وكذلك أنزلناه قرآنا عربيا وصرفنا فيه من الوعيد لعلهم يتقون أو يحدث لهم ذكرا فتعالى الله الملك الحق ولا تعجل بالقرآن من قبل أن يقضى إليك وحيه وقل رب زدني علما. In these holy verses, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, and faces shall be humbled before the ever-living, the eternal, and indeed he will be a failure who carries a burden of wrongdoings. And he who does any righteous deed, and he is a believer, then he will have no fear of injustice, nor containment of his reward. And thus we have sent it down a Quran in Arabic, and we have explained in detail therein of the warnings that perhaps they may fear, or that it may cause them to remember. So exalted be Allah, the Sovereign, the Truth, and do not hasten on Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam with the Quran before that its revelation have been completed to you, and say, my Lord, increase me in knowledge. Sadaqallahul Azim.
Jazakallah. Now I would request our Vice Chancellor, Professor S.M. Tariq Rafi, for the welcome note. Sir, will you please come on stage?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Nahamdahu wa nusalli ala rasulihil kareem. Professor Iqbal Chaudhry Sahab, I am thankful to you for being here. Irfan Suleiman, President of JSMU ANA, North America, Saeed Akhtar, Mukarram, President Alumni, Pakistan, Dr. Lubna Beg, Samir, all the honorable guests and dear students. Indeed, it's a matter of great pride for me to be here with all of you, to be a part of this research function that has been organized by JSMU ANA of North America, along with the JSMU ANA, Karachi, and the university itself. We have been organizing this research conference for the last 3 years. This time, when Irfan Suleiman became the president of JSMU ANA North America, he came up with the idea of organizing in collaboration with us. And it was indeed an opportunity for us to take advantage and to see all are those alumnus who have done and excelled in US to come back, deliver the lectures, and to tell our students the new technologies and the new things that they have done. The presence of these alumnus amongst us will be a boost for all those students who are sitting here, that the same people that you see today as great researchers, doctors, clinicians, have been sitting like you on the same benches and the same chairs. But it's their hard work, their effort, which turned them into one of the most illuminated personalities which are working there in the US. Many of you will be there in their place down the road, 10, 15 years down the road. But it all requires you to be a hard worker, to inculcate in yourself a liking for research. Unfortunately, Iqbal Sahib, you know very well, Pakistan lags behind in research and development. R&D is something which is not being considered, which should be one of the priorities that we should have. But unfortunately, the emphasis and the system and the curriculum is developed in such a way that the students are focused on getting degrees. The students are focused on getting good jobs, good opportunities. But nobody is there to work for a research project, to work for research, or to make themselves feel pride to be a good scientist. Before you came, we were talking about the illustrious Salim-uz-Zaman Siddiqui Sahab, Atar Rahman Sahab, you, and the legacy that has been going on at HEJ. Now, such institutes like HEJ should be there in every university, in every nook and corner of the country. This country cannot progress by just copying what is being researched in the West. We have to get out of it. Keeping that in mind, the university has started a special module for research. We teach our students research module from third years onward. And we encourage them to publish their publications in our journal, and they are even awarded. Those who publish them, there are even financial benefits, and we award them. So we are trying to inculcate in the students from the very beginning a liking and understanding of research. And the main purpose of all this is so that when they pass out, they know they should be aware of how to do a research and how to go ahead. And many of them may then become a fan of doing research and become good scientists and become good researchers. And that is what is the need of the hour. The curriculum need to be revised. The curriculum need to be devised in a way that not only in medicine, in every aspect, that it should be inculcating a liking and inculcating the understanding of research for our students. The university is trying to do its utmost. We have been organizing our research conferences. We have been calling scholars from US, scholars even from Pakistan who come and give workshops. Junaid Sarfaraz is one of them who came, how to write a grant, how to approach. He's working in Johns Hopkins. He came twice, I think, Lubna. He came twice. He did a workshop which was very well attended. Other researchers are also coming. We are inviting people to come over and making our faculty to go and work with them and attend those workshops. Last year in 2019, we had more than 120 publications from our own faculty. I know the number is not big, but that is what we have been. For the last 6-7 years, we started from 27 articles being published by the faculty, and now last year we were 109 and 10. What we do is any article which is published in any impact factor journal, we give a reward of 10,000 to the author, just to encourage them. 10,000 is not a big money. It's just to make them understand. We have money being in our budget, which has been sanctioned, more than 10 million for any research projects that could be undertaken. And I think that is what we can do is as a very small thing. What we need is it should be done on the national level. The government should come forward. I was in a meeting 2 days back of Pakistan Science Foundation where there were discussions that government has parked around 2 billion rupees for research projects, and a minimum of 1 million, then 10 million, then 20 billion for any project that can come over. And you are very well aware कि यही पैसे पिछले सालों में भी थे. didn't utilize. Even money is there, but लोगों में वो शौक नहीं है, वो मेहनत करने का जज्बा नहीं है. So, having said all that, and I will not take much of your time. I'm so thankful to you, Iqbal Saab, that you are here. And I have been trying कि हम भी कोई ऐसा center establish कर सकें, जैसे कि आपका HEJ है, which was a philanthropic of Hussain Ibrahim Jamal Saab, who donated the money and which is now grown as one of the best centers in the country. Madam Nadra Panjwani is our syndicate member. And I have requested her कि वो भी इस तरह के जैसे उन्होंने पंजवानी सेंटर बनाया कि she can do some work over here so that we can start some research in medicine and things like that. Thank you once again. Thank all the audience who are here. And I hope that the whole day that you will see the papers and articles which are being read to be of great interest to all of you. Thank you once again.
Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. As-salatu was-salamu ala ashrafil mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmeen. Iqbal Chaudhary Sahab, the chief guest today, the Vice Chancellor, the Professor Tariq Rafi Sahab, Professor Dr. Irfan Sulaiman, Dr. Mukarram, the foreign guests, the faculty, the student. Assalamu alaikum. Dr. Professor Lubna, thank you. They gave me the responsibility to write or read the citation of Professor Iqbal Chaudhary. मैं समझ में नहीं आ रहा था भाई क्या इससे निकालूं और क्या डालूं. इतनी लंबी साइटेशन थी कि मैं उसमें से मैंने बहुत कोशिश करके थोड़ा सा इसको लिखा है. प्रोफेसर इकबाल चौधरी, he awarded हिलाल इम्तियाज, सितारे इम्तियाज, तमग़े इम्तियाज from Government of Pakistan. He is a director of International Center of Chemical and Biological Sciences and professor of bioorganic and natural product chemistry. Professor Iqbal Chaudhary has made pioneering contribution in the discovery of novel natural products. He leads the Developing World's finest research center of chemical and biomedical sciences since 2002. And he has trained hundreds of young researchers, including 87 PhDs from across the Afro region in natural product chemistry. His scientific and capacity building contributions have been recognized by prestigious national and international awards and honors and fellowship of several academies of sciences. Professor Chaudhary has published more than 1,027 publications. His citation is more than 23,000. This body I checked, it is 26,000. His citation is more than 26,000. His H index is 66. And probably you know that. If H index is more than 20, the researcher is categorized as good. If it is more than 40, he is outstanding. If it is more than 60, it is truly exceptional. So he has a 66 H index, sir, unbelievable, sir. He has 57 international patents, 51 US patents. He wrote 68 books and 40 chapters in books published by major US and European pastors. I request all the participants to raise and welcome Dr. Iqbal Chaudhary. He is one of the best researchers of the world. Well, please welcome him.
तशरीफ रखिए. औज़ुबिल्लाहि मिनश्शैतानिर्रजीम, बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम. डॉक्टर साहब, आपने मुझे तकरीबन नर्वस कर दिया. आपने मेरा पूरा साइटेशन पढ़ लिया. And I extremely feel honored to be here with you. I think what has happened is that your Vice Chancellor, Honorable Vice Chancellor, has given you a clear vision of this institution. He has a great challenge ahead of him, of transforming a college into a university. You know, the difference between college and university is primarily the research. Colleges are to impart education. Universities are to generate knowledge. And that is exactly what he's trying to do. I think this is the kind of a visionary leadership this institution requires. This is a great institution with great traditions. I travel to North America very often, spend many years of my life in different regions of North America, and I have seen your graduates doing exceptionally well. So I must say that your institution has created an intellectual wealth which is now the recognition of Pakistan all around the world. I'm very pleased to see alumni of this great institution coming back to Pakistan and helping you to develop culture of research. And this is what the most important contribution they can make. They understand the value of research. They understand how it is the research can contribute in the development of healthcare sector in Pakistan. Vice Chancellor has already mentioned about the importance of healthcare research. I just want to very simply give you a few facts. You know, we have lots of bright, brilliant, and beautiful young people all around, and they are the future leaders of Pakistan. They are among the most brilliant youth of Pakistan. They have excelled and proved themselves that they are the worth spending on. I want to address to you, and I want to tell you that you perhaps do not know that many of you would still be practicing at the age of 100 years. You know this? You know that? Okay. If you know that, then you primarily know how this healthcare research would change the whole life in next few years. Many of you, not before long, would perhaps be reading not the reports, diagnostic biochemical reports, but the whole genome of a person in front of you. I say, you know, Dr. Irfan, very soon. Many of you would not be treating people for different injuries, but perhaps transplanting organs which are produced in laboratories. You know that? You would also perhaps know that many of you would be involved in complete head transplant. Head of one person transplanted to the other. Pata hai aapko? So this is the kind of future which you have in front of you. You would be a very different kinds of doctor. Ab tak jo 300-400 balki Greek philosopher and doctor se lekar ab tak jo duniya thi na, of symptomatic treatment of diseases would going to be changed for good. And you would be a very different kinds of medical health professional who would have a very different domain, who would have a different understanding. You would be competing with extremely intelligent machines. You would have AI competing with you in decision making, and you have to prove that you are better than machine. Machine would be helping you rather than dictating you. So healthcare research is changing for good, and you would be a doctor with a very different world ahead of you. Having said that, I mean, think of our country. Dr. Rafi has already mentioned the challenges which we are facing in Pakistan. We have tremendous challenge ahead of us. We have tremendous disease burden. 149 in world ranking in healthcare parameters. We are among the lowest, unfortunately. And this has been going on since long. You know, we have not really made any substantial progress. Healthcare एक ऐसा sector है जिसमें हमारी जो failures हैं, they are the most glaring, most spectacular failures in the world. You know, we have not been able to provide a good healthcare to our people. And largely without understanding हम क्या करें, most of us, what we're trying to do with a little of a political will, the best they can do is to provide a greater access to healthcare. This is exactly what people would do. Politicians cannot think beyond that. वो ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा ये करेंगे, कुछ और हॉस्पिटल खोल देंगे. Perhaps if some of them are more visionary, they would talk about the quality of healthcare also. But think of it, आपके सामने है, why we have the highest breast cancer in early age population. Think of it, why tropical diseases like dengue, Zika and chikungunya are found in Hunza. Think of it, why we have the highest viral disease load in the world. Think of it, why we have a kidney stone belt increasing left and right, which was surveyed in 1876. Think of it, why we have neurological diseases of highest order, why we have the highest prevalence of epilepsy in Pakistan. So there's so many things which we need to understand. I mean, you do whatever you want to do. You may have maybe another 10,000 hospitals, but unless you understand why these diseases are occurring, you would never be able to prevent and decrease the disease load. This is a great nation, 220 million people, and this is fast replicating. By 2050, we would become the fourth most populous nation in the world. कितने hospitals बनाएंगे, कितनी clinics बनाएंगे, कितनी basic healthcare units बनाएंगे, unless we understand the causes at the molecular level, at the society level, why this disease takes place, why we have such a high prevalence of diseases, we would never be able to solve the problem. This is extremely important for us to understand that without it is empirical, it is extremely important, this is pivotal, and this is the most vital aspect of healthcare sector, that we create a good infrastructure and very good trained manpower to carry out healthcare research within the country. If we don't do that, we would be treating people in large number without much of it. आज की जो treatment regime hai, you certainly know better than me, is just based on symptomatic treatment. The fact is, for most of the diseases, we don't have cures. Doctors knows much better than me. मैंने doctors को helpless देखा है. Tremendous feeling of being so helpless. Doctors के चेहरे पे देखा है when they can't treat epilepsy, when they cannot treat neurological diseases. There is no treatment, no cure of cardiovascular diseases. There is no cure of diabetes. There is no cure of dementia. There is no cure of arthritis. You live with it. The fact is, we need to do research in order to understand not only diseases at a molecular level so we can prevent them, but also to treat them for good. That is exactly what is required. What we are trying to do in our institution is the following. Dr. Rafi has already mentioned about HEJ Research Institute of Chemistry. This institute was created in 1966 by phenomenal Professor Salim Siddiqui. पूरे पाकिस्तान ने सिर्फ 3 fellows of Royal Society पैदा किए हैं, Professor Salim Siddiqui, Professor Abdus Salam, and Professor Atar Rahman. And all 3 of them were associated in one way or the other with this institution. Professor Siddiqui was the founding director. As you have your founding vice chancellor, the most important person in the lifespan of any institution. Professor Atar Rahman took over from Dr. Siddiqui, and then this responsibility was given to me. Professor Abdus Salam was instrumental in developing the World Academy of Sciences Research Center in Pakistan. He donated a part of his Nobel Prize money for this center, and he was extremely committed to make this center as one of the most prestigious and premier institutions of the world. The center, all of us, हम सारे लोग ही है ना, इसी जगह पे हुआ है. We often complain of constraints and problems. इन्हीं लोगों ने एक ऐसा इदारा बनाया जो आज यूनेस्को सेंटर ऑफ एक्सलेंस है, WHO सेंटर है, जैसे 57 मुसलमान मुल्कों में IDB प्राइज, इस्लामिक डेवलपमेंट बैंक प्राइज फॉर बेस्ट साइंस इंस्टीट्यूशन मिला, जिसमें 600 PhD स्कॉलर्स हैं, जहां पूरी दुनिया से बच्चे पढ़ने के लिए आते हैं, जहां जर्मन गवर्नमेंट का प्रोग्राम है कि वो GTZ के तहत जर्मन स्कॉलर्स को यहाँ डिप्लोमा ट्रेनिंग के लिए भिजवाती है. So भी आप वहाँ तशरीफ लाएंगे तो you'll find people doing research from different countries. How we were able to create that? This is what you need to have. Sincerity of purpose, focused approach, excellent leadership and teamwork. This is what it takes to create an institution of this caliber. And I'm sure you have all the recipes to do that. मैं often in Dr. Panjwani Center, which is donated by Madam Nadra Panjwani from the platform of Dr. Panjwani Trust, हमारा जो सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज होता है मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ वो ये है कि किसी तरह मेडिकल प्रोफेशनल्स को MBBS डॉक्टर्स को PhD में ले आए आते नहीं हाथ you know I'm telling you I mean it's such a failure हर साल आपको एक एडवर्टाइजमेंट मिलता है जिसे कम से कम 2 दफ़ा लिखते हैं जिसमें हम कहते हैं कि जो मेडिकल डॉक्टर्स हैं वो आके 3 महीने की यहाँ पर रिसर्च इंटर्नशिप करें कोई आने को तैयार ही नहीं है I don't know what you want to do I mean, think of it. MD, PhD is the best qualification in the world. Doctor, मैं सही कह रहा हूँ ना? This is exactly. MD, PhD is the best qualification. You cannot have a better healthcare research without a clinical background and then laboratory and the experience of a laboratory work. If you are willing to do that, you can change the whole paradigm of healthcare research in Pakistan. How many of you are willing to do that now? I promise, and Dr. Irfan will tell you, I promise that you would become a good doctor anyway, but then on top of it, with a research background, with the PhD degree, you would become the best doctor in the world. And we would be happy to contribute in this whole process. Dr. Saab will be very happy to have your scholars coming to our institution for 3 months internship. They will work with the best researchers in the country. They would work in stem cell research. They would work in neuroscience units. They would work on metabolic disorder units. They would work in virology center. They will handle animals which are gene knockout and gene knock-in animals of different diseases. They would work on DNA forensic laboratories. They would work on serological research center. They would work on clinical research center. We have a 120-bed hospital for clinical trials. And there are many companies who are actually sending their medicine for clinical studies in Pakistan, exploratory medicine, not the established medicine. So you would be able to work alongside with the best researchers in the country, in the best facilities which are available in the country also. And I hope, sincerely hope, that you would start thinking about it. Being a doctor, which is fine, but if you can motivate yourself to learn more about diseases at a molecular level, if you are willing to understand health and disease at a level where you can, your decisions are much more informed and knowledgeable, then you become best health professional. This institution will provide you excellent basic education. This institution is also in the process of establishing research centers. But partnership with the institution like ours would benefit us also, because one of the failures of our research is that we were not able to link it with the clinical research. You would help us, and we will help Pakistan in doing good quality research. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your motivation to our students. Now I would request our honorable Vice Chancellor to please come on stage. Sir, to come on stage and next session. I would request Dr. Irfan Suleiman, President JSMU Guyana, to please come on stage. And I would also like to request Dr. Mukarram to please come on stage. Dr. Nazir, please join us. Dr. Lubna Beg, please join us.
After listening to Iqbal Saab, I will like my faculty and my students to get this opportunity of working in one of the best centers of research. I know a lot of you are doing your research for PhD. You can go over there, and sir, I would like you to have an MOU with the university for research purposes, where we can send our researchers to you for a training and to have them a feel of how it is being done at your institute for a period of 3 months. And I'm sure that it will benefit both institutes. And thank you very much, sir.
I would request Dr. Iqbal to please come on stage and receive his token of. Sir, we are thankful for your precious time and a motivational speech, and we are looking forward for providing us an opportunity. सब कुछ हो गया. I would like to request you all to proceed for inauguration of the poster session. Please join us.
There's a request for students कि आप लोग जब नीचे पोस्टर सेशन में जाएंगे तो वहाँ पे मॉडरेटर्स जो होगा, ईच मॉडरेटर्स वो डिफरेंट पोस्टर्स पे जाके रुकेगा, सुनेगा पोस्टर्स को, क्वेश्चन करेंगे. तो यू शैडो द मॉडरेटर्स, so you will learn how to evaluate the posters. Thank you.
International Research Conference. Sir, we are obliged to have your support, and I would request him to come on stage and give a brief presentation on their ultrasonic products. Thank you very much. The photographer wanted to. Start.
Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Aziz Sheikh, and I'm from Konica Minolta, Japan. I'm part of global marketing, and I'm delighted to be a part of this conference, and we are really pleased to support this event. I'm not taking much time because you have a lot of scientific papers introduction after this presentation, so I'll just have 5 or 6 minutes to let you know what kind of companies Konica Minolta is. Basically, most of you know Konica Minolta as a photography company. It's true. We started our business in 1873 as a camera company, but later on we moved towards the healthcare and a lot of film imaging entities. We have around 44,000 people, employees globally, 150 countries we are doing business, and healthcare is kind of our 9% of the business, overall business. This is our healthcare portfolio. We manufacture X-ray panels, ultrasound machines, vital sensors, healthcare IT, and recently we are moving more on precision medicine. But today I'll talk or give a little overview of our ultrasound business, which we just launched in Pakistan beginning of 2019. I think a couple of hospitals are now using our ultrasound machine. This is mainly for POC focused ultrasound machine. So we have a great history of ultrasound products. We started our journey with Panasonic, and we have over 35 years of history of Panasonic, and Konica Minolta have overall 10 years. So it's kind of a 35 years of ultrasound manufacturing. We have two of our portfolio at this moment, Sonimage HS1 and Sonimage MX1. So I'll give a little brief video after that so that you can understand what kind of ultrasound product this might be. We digitalized the conventional ultrasound with AI in our system. It's mostly for a POC, but we can use as a general ultrasound in our healthcare practices. So this will be our MX1 ultrasound. It's a small portable ultrasound, and it's still available in Pakistan. So I think this will be more on our slide side, and I'll just give you a little video of how ultrasound looks like.
Giving shape to ideas. Sonimage HS1. Konica Minolta has given shape to visualization, simple, and connectivity. Our first priority is to provide the highest image quality. Sonimage HS1 is equipped with a newly developed high-frequency probe. The new probe is designed with a multi-layered acoustic matching layer and a low attenuation acoustic lens that allows for high sensitivity imaging along with an overall uniform image. In addition to the new probe, an advanced level of tissue harmonics was developed using a triad technology. Konica Minolta uses a unique 5-level wave control algorithm to generate 3 separate harmonic signals that cover the entire received spectrum of the system.
Last 2015, we got our portable ultrasound machine that we call Sonimage MX1. Thank you. This is a very short and brief presentation from Konica Minolta, and thank you very much for having me here. Thank you all.
I would request Dr. Irfan Suleiman, President JSMU, to please come on stage and give, and Dr. Mukarram. Dr. Mukarram, where are you? Please come on stage and give certificate of appreciation to our sponsor, Mr. Aziz Sheikh. Thank you, Mr. Aziz Sheikh, for your support. Thank you very much. नहीं, अभी तो- We'll begin our scientific session. An alumni plays a vital role in the development and success of their parent institutes. The JSMU Medical University alumni is always willing to serve their institute in every possible way. They want to provide their support and guidance to their juniors. This year, they collaborated with the JSMU Medical University to organize the International Research Conference to motivate students towards research. This platform will provide an amazing opportunity to the students to showcase their abilities not only as a researcher but also as a moderator and organizer. I would now like to request Professor Mukarram Ali, President JSMU Medical University Alumni of Pakistan and co-chair of this conference, to say a few words.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Respected Professor Lubna Beg, Pro Vice Chancellor, Jinnah Sindh Medical University, who's the guest of honor at this occasion, and Dr. Anjum, Dr. Irfan, Dr. Ali, Dr. Babar, and Dr. Javed Suleiman, Dr. Samir, all of the people who have come a long way, I welcome them. Dr. Irfan Suleiman, President JSMU Alumni Pakistan, who is one of the stakeholders and whose idea was to have this conference at JSMU. And Doctor, I would like to take the opportunity to thank the organizing committee chaired by Professor Nazir Khan Sahab and the International Planning Committee headed by Dr. Irfan Suleiman, President JSMU Alumni North America, for their hard work and efforts and in planning and coordinating the event. Professor Nazir Khan, who is widely acknowledged as the expert in this area and has been instrumental in putting the things together, the conference program, etc. I encourage delegates and students to participate actively in this interesting discussions, and I wish you best of luck. Thank you.
Now I would like to request the man behind this successful collaboration, Dr. Irfan Suleiman, President JSMU, to come on stage and say a few words. May we please have you on stage, Irfan?
Assalamualaikum. Thank you, Rahat. Thank you. So first of all, welcome to all the faculty here and the students here, and thanks to the whole team. This is not a one-person effort. This is a whole team, JSMU team, under the leadership of Dr. Nazir Ahmed and the Pakistani alumni, under the leadership of Dr. Mukarram Ali and my seniors, past president of JSMU. Everyone put effort to have this conference. So last December 2018, when I met with Dr. Tariq Rafi and discussed like I'm going to take a charge in 2019 for JSMU, so what will the project? So his dream or his vision was we need to do something for the research. We need to do something for the education. So that clicked me because that was my vision too. So in that he requested to do a digital video library and the research conference. So JSMU is already involved in doing lots of research, but we want to put over effort for JSMU because this is our mother institute, and we want to do something that we can for this. So we have one workshop by NIH faculty, and that was for medical student and the faculty in the last year by Dr. Sarfaraz Hasni. And Dr. Junaid Razak was also involved here, and he have done some workshops. So this is a little bit more effort towards this research, and it's very important. It's very important to get involved. When I was in this seat, when I graduate from here, I don't have anything in my CV. So we have not done any abstract, no poster presentation, no research, nothing. So when we went to the USA, we realized this is one of the most important thing. We all are physicians. We're going to be graduate. We all going to be clinician. We're going to be skilled clinician. We will be board certified. But what other thing we can do then beyond this as a physician? So I think, as Dr. Chaudhary mentioned this morning, we need to do something different. So only you can do by doing education, involved in education, or doing some research. That the things that make you unique. So do not think you finish your medical college, MBBS, and that's it. No, now the real world gonna be start, and you're gonna do lots of effort, and there's a lots of new things you're gonna learn. So I think we are just introducing this through this research conference that what is a research, and this talks we're gonna have a very interesting talk, all at the students level talk, and you can understand what is different kind of a study, and I will encourage you to start now and make sure before graduating you have something in your CV. And the other thing, the project, we are doing a video lecture library. So you already having all the lectures here in JSMU, but we are trying to do cover the 4th year and 5th year curriculum, and we are trying to right now, for so far we have a 30 to 35 video recorded, and it's already uploaded on the website, JSMU website, and our goal is to record about 150 topics, and that's going to be ongoing project, and we're going to do it until it's completed. So we need your feedback. Might be some of the presentations you don't like it, give us a comment. We will replace that topics with some other speakers. So I really appreciate your effort and your presence here, and good luck, and thank you so much.
Now I would request Professor Nazir Khan, Director Research, JSMU Medical University, to share his thought on this research conference. This is the second research conference organized by him and his team.
Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. As-salatu as-salamu ala ashrafil anbiya wa mursalin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in. Professor Lumna Beg, the patron of the conference, Professor Mukarram Ali, the co-chairman of the conference, Dr. Muhammad Irfan Sulaiman, the co-chairman of the conference, the foreign delegates, the professor, deans, students, Assalamu alaikum. This conference was the first collaborated with the JSMU North American alumni, and JSMU Pakistani alumni. Last December, as Dr. Irfan told you, last December he came here and he gave the thought to make a conference. So I told him that we usually have our undergraduate poster session every year. So he said, why not we just join it together? And this way, this conference was held. In JSMU, let me give a very brief activities of research over here. We publish a journal, Annals of Genus in Medical University. This will be the fifth issue, fifth volume of the journal will going on. It published 2 times a year, and it is recognized by Pakistan Medical Research Council, PMDC, and HEC is on the agenda. Probably as soon as they have a meeting, it will be recognized by HEC also. Usually in the beginning, we usually take, because we need articles, so we keep the things a little light, and we do not say that, okay, ethical review committee must be passed this journal. Now we have enough articles. After PMDC recognition, everybody wants to publish over here. So the condition is that every article must be approved by the ethical committee or institution review board. We have also, the journal has a website. On online, they put the articles through the website, not the emails. Second thing we have done is that a syndicate has approved that all the research articles, research projects submitted can have a research funding. The research funding committee, which Professor our VC Vice Chancellor is the chairperson, it can approve up to 100,000. But syndicate has given him authority that if we need more funding, he can go up to 300,000. But if the person need more funding, the syndicate can go unlimited. So we have enough funding over here, and last year we have 3 to 4 project always get funding from our JSMU. Thirdly, we have established institution review board, and in the beginning, in the whole year, we used to get 30 to 40 project to be approved by the ethical committee, institution review board, and you will be happy to know that in last 11 months only, the last committee, the meeting has not been held, December 1. We have already 134 projects already approved by the ethical committee. And one more thing about publications. In the beginning, we started to collect the data about our publications. 2012, we have only 20 or 21 articles. And only 1 or 2 or few of them are impact factor journal. This year, we have already 135 articles published, 2018, and that is almost 6 times. And 35 or taqriban, I think it is about 45 or 50 are impact factor journal. So this is a very good trend that from 21 we have reached up to 135, and a few 2 or 3 we have now almost 50 articles which are impact factor journal. So these are the activities are going on. Also, we have about international conferences. Last 5 years, or last 6 years, which I am here, we already organized, this is the 6th international conference, in fact. 3 are the Ramzan Health Conference. Every second year, we have Ramzan Health Conference. The articles which are related with the Ramzan fasting are presented over there. We have invited the speaker from Iran, Malaysia, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Emirates, we come over here. We also have medical education international conference about 2 years ago. And now this is the one conference we have held on statistics. Statistics. कहाँ आप कहेंगे कहाँ medicine की बात करें कहाँ statistics में घुस गए आप? We have international conference on statistics about 3 years ago. And there is a 6th conference which is about the research related to research. So this is 6th international conference JSMU is organizing. So these are the few activities which is going on, and we are, as a Professor Dr. Irfan Suleiman said, that this we will continue this process later on, and with the help of the alumni, the alumni of North America and alumni Pakistan, we hope that we speed up these research activities and more publication, more research activities. So these are the things we are interested. We are going to do it, inshallah. Thank you very much. Okay, I think the Honorable Vice Chancellor is just on the way. So, in this conference, we as you know, there's a 2 session there. The morning session we had the undergraduate poster competition. We have about more than 90 poster has been pasted over there, and we already has review before. Without the participant we reviewed, and we already got 6 best poster. We will give award for them. Today, this morning again, we have international faculty which reviewed again, and we have to give the poster over there again. The second session is going to start. This is started now. In this session, we have 7 speakers. I think 7 speakers from North America and Pakistan. These are all alumni from JSMU, and they will present their state-of-art lecture over here. There are different topics which is very interesting, research related to research, case report, epidemiological studies, and research of Islamic values. All these things will be here. So I hope that you will enjoy this thing. In the afternoon, we have the break will be about 2:30 for prayer and lunch. We will provide the lunch over here, and the faculty will move on the first floor, and our student will be here. Because we cannot accommodate all the people one place. This is a problem. We have very limited space. We have problem of space in JSMU. We cannot put all the people, all the three, more than, right now we have more than 300 registration right now. More than 300 registration. डॉक्टर इरफान लोग परेशान थे, वीज़ा परेशान थे, कैसे भरेगा कमरा ये हाल कि हमारे पास अब हमारे पास सूरत हाल ये we don't have the registration, we don't have the folder. The 50% are still in the poster sign. मैं क्या थक गया कि ऊपर आओ सब पोस्टर में लगे हुए हैं सब पोस्टर में लगे हुए अपने अपने पोस्टरों में. तो I am going again to ask him to come on the in the room because most of the अच्छा okay sure okay. So आइए.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Dr. Anjum Memon, class of 1986. I'm professor in epidemiology and public health at Brighton Sussex Medical School. I wanted to just inform students that Academy of Medical Sciences and Wellcome Trust in the UK have started a new initiative to promote research among medical students. It's called the Inspire Grant. I would suggest you to look up the internet and search for Academy of Medical Sciences website, and within that website you will find the Inspire page. And that tells you the kind of activity Wellcome Trust and Academy of Medical Science are promoting to promote research among medical students. And I think it's a good possibility that if we apply for a joint grant between Sindh Medical College and institution that I work in, that is Brighton Sussex Medical School, we have a good chance of succeeding to get some money from Wellcome Trust to promote research among medical students in the institution. And you have my contact as well on the website. My name is Anjum Memon. You can find me, and the students can send me email for guidance. For example, if you wanted to do some post-graduation in epidemiology, public health, or want to do research, I can put you in contact with faculty over in UK. And of course, here as well, I've got colleagues. And you could have a publication output record that we all agree that is very essential for your future career. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Now I would request Professor S.M. Tariq Rafi, founding Vice Chancellor and Patron-in-Chief of this conference, to please come on stage for a welcome note.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Nahamduhu wa nusalli ala Rasulil Kareem. Dr. Irfan Suleiman, President JSMU ANA, North America. Dr. Saeed Akhtar, Dr. Lubna, all the faculty members, guests who have come over, especially our students. Indeed, it's a matter of great pride for the university to have all of you, the alumnus, coming over and joining us for this research conference. We hold this conference every year. This year, I was having a discussion with Irfan about 6 months back that how can the alumni this year can facilitate. And I requested him that rather than, there was a time when we had financial strains and we needed support financially in the form of goods that you people did, and I'm really grateful. But this hall where you are sitting, it has been renovated by the batch of class of 1990. So things were precarious financially for us at that time. Alhamdulillah, now we are in a very stable position. We do not have any fund problem. What we need is your contribution in academics. That is what we are looking forward. Research methodologies, how to write grants, how to supporting children who go for the residency matching programs, and helping them to get their attachments for learning things. So these are the things that I will request the alumni to help in. So when I was having a discussion with Irfan, and Irfan came up with the idea of having this research conference at the end of the year. And I think this is a great idea, and it should continue. It should not end with you being replaced by a new president. I'm sure Zinat is more involved into it, and I think next year we can have a much bigger event in this case. So you see, in the first session that we had with Mr. Iqbal Chaudhry, and you see, research is the basic difference between a university and a college. Sindh Medical College was there for the last 46 years. There has to be some difference between Sindh Medical College and Jinnah Sindh Medical University. And that difference is the culture of research. And that difference is what makes things move forward for a university. If you are just going to have classes and having exam, then there is no difference. You cannot name this as a university. To make it as a university, the university should have their articles published in Impact Factor Journal. The faculty should be going for presentations. The faculty should be going and presenting their articles, their presentation, their research. And it should be, if not on the international level, at least on the national level, Jinnah Sindh Medical University should come up as a university where research is going on and you are presenting your cases. There are a number of research conferences being held in Pakistan, and we should be a part of it. And as our speakers have said, that we should learn how to get the grants, how to write grants, and we should involve ourselves in getting grants from outside in order to make the research go ahead. I was, in the first session I said 2 weeks back, I was in a meeting with the Pakistan Research Council, and there it was told to me that the Pakistan Research Council has got a grant of 2 billion rupees. And they have divided into 3 categories. The smaller category is for 1 million could be given for any research project, 10 million for a medium project, and 20 million for a larger project. But the larger project has to be something which has to be in combination, has to be a joint venture. But the chairman of the Pakistan Research Council told me, Scientific Council told me, that Dr. Sahab, last year, sare paise wapas aa gaye. Because none of the proposal was accepted. जो भी थे, they were not up to the mark, and people were not, even the money is available, but people are not keen. That is the dilemma. पहले तो हम ये कहते हैं पैसे ही नहीं रिसर्च के लिए, और अगर कहीं पैसा है तो लोग रिसर्च में, यूनिवर्सिटी ने खुद 1 करोड़ रुपया हमने रखा हुआ है रिसर्च के लिए, लेकिन यकीन करें मुश्किल से छोटे मोटे जो होते हैं तो 10-15 लाख की खर्च होता है, बाकी तो खर्च ही नहीं होता. पैसा हम देने को तैयार हैं, लोगों में वो शौक नहीं है. अभी जैसे कि इकबाल चौधरी साहब की मौजूदगी का फ़ायदा उठाते हुए हमने we decided that we can sign an MOU with the HEJ, and our faculty and our students can go over there for a period of 6 weeks to 3 months, he said. अभी जो बच्चे हमारे फारग हुए एग्जाम से 6 महीने बाद हाउस जॉब शुरू होगा, I'll ask them to go over there, just have a feel of how research is done. That feel is very important. You have never been exposed to that feel. So once you are exposed to that feel of how research is done, then probably some of you will develop the liking, and even if एक student भी हमारा या एक faculty member भी research में आगे बढ़ता है, तो that will be a great job done by the university. And I am looking forward कि आप लोग आगे जाएं. You see, we can give you the opportunities, we can give you the resources, but we cannot change your mind. That you have to do yourself. हम आपको यहाँ तक मदद कर सकते हैं कि आपको छुट्टियाँ दे दें, पेड लीव के साथ हम आपको फाइनेंसेस दे दें, हम आपको एनकरेजमेंट दे सकते हैं, आपके लिए जगहों तलाश कर सकते हैं, लेकिन जाना तो आपने, रिसर्च तो आपने करनी, वो तो मैं नहीं कर सकता. So having said all that, I look forward and I'm thankful to you, Irfan, for arranging this. I'm thankful to the local alumni, खास तौर पर मैं मुकर्रम का और तमाम local alumni के शुक्रगुजार हूँ, नज़ीर साहब का और राहत नाज का, और मे भी मैं कुछ नाम ना ले सकूँ तो मुझे उसके लिए आप माफ़ कर दीजिएगा, जावेद आपका और सब लोगों का, काजी साहब आपका, all the way you people have come over here to make it a great success and we look forward कि ये एक अच्छी कॉन्फ्रेंस रहे और हमें सीखने का मौका मिले. हमने कोशिश ये नहीं की कि सिर्फ सिंध वाले मेडिकल कॉलेज के लोगों, हमने तमाम कॉलेजेस को सिंध के इन्वॉल्व किया, उनको इनवाइट किया, और वी आर लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड फॉर अ वेरी प्रोडक्टिव डे टुडे एंड थैंक यू वंस अगेन जी.
I would request Professor Mukarram to please come on stage. Mukarram साहब अपनी जो हमारी alumni all the way from different parts of the world वहाँ से आई है, उसको welcome करना चाहते हैं और acknowledge करना चाहते हैं. Professor Samir Qureshi, will you please come on stage?
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम, अस्सलाम वालेकुम एंड वेरी गुड मॉर्निंग. पहले तो मैं वीसी साहब से एक रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा, सर ने भी बड़ी ज़बरदस्त बात बताई कि HEJ एंड JSMU बेसिकली आर इन अ प्रोसेस ऑफ साइनिंग अ मेमोरेंडम. मैं सर से एक रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि हाउस जॉब स्टार्ट होने में 6 महीने होते हैं, सर आप मैंडेटरी कर दें कि डिग्री उसी वक्त देंगे जब 6 हफ्ते से 3 मंथ्स आपने जो कहा है, डिग्री उस वक्त मिलेगी जब रिसर्च सेंटर से होकर आके एक सर्टिफिकेट देंगे कि हमने रिसर्च की. हमारे ज़माने में नहीं थी सर, अभी व्हेन द फैसिलिटी इज अवेलेबल, अवेल इट सर, अवेल करते हैं इसको. आई थिंक इट शुड मेक इट मैंडेटरी फॉर एवरी स्टूडेंट बेसिकली टू गो एंड हैव कंडक्ट द रिसर्च देयर. सर, आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट यू टू प्लीज कम ऑन द स्टेज. वी वांट टू एक्नॉलेज आवर गेस्ट फैकल्टी. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, SMCians को तो पता है, लेकिन जो बच्चे भी है जो SMC में स्टूडेंट्स हैं उनको, देर आर अ फ्यू पर्सन्स हु आर रोल मॉडल एंड वी हैव गॉट रोल मॉडल्स इन आवर कॉलेज. ये स्टडीड विद द लेगेसी ऑफ द कॉलेज इज स्टडीड विद जाइंट्स. वी हैड रोल मॉडल्स. द पर्सन हु आई एम गोइंग टू कॉल वाज द बेस्ट ग्रेजुएट ऑफ हिज टाइम. ही वाज ऑलवेज अ रोल मॉडल फॉर ऑल ऑफ अस. गो कि हम अच्छे पढ़ने वाले बच्चे नहीं थे, लेकिन रोल मॉडल हमारा एक अच्छा पढ़ने वाला था. So I would like to call Professor Saeed Akhtar to please come on the stage and receive his memento. हर तरह का रोल मॉडल होता है, हर तरह का. वी हैव गॉट अ वेरी गुड लीडर एज वेल in SMC who led the SMC Students Union once, and then he went on to America and led JSMU ANA there, and then onwards he became the president of the American Association of Physicians of North America. I would like to call Dr. Javed Suleiman. Next, I would like to call another leader. He was also the president of JSMU ANA, and he has come all the way here to Karachi to attend this research meeting. Dr. Qazi Kamal. There is one little message, and message ये है कि medicine, surgery and allied faculties are not the only faculties in which you can do post-graduation. You can be an achiever even if you go in public health, you can be an achiever if you go in allied sciences like basic sciences. It's not necessary that you become a surgeon or a physician for that matter. People have achieved basically, and they have achieved big honors in all these fields. The next person who I'm going to call is a professor of public health. He says, I shouldn't say community medicine. He just gave you his offer that basically he can sign an MOU with his university in UK with his parent medical college, and he's none other than Professor Anjum Noor. Can you please come here? Next, I would like to call a psychiatrist. Though he's my class fellow. Where is Irshad? Dr. Irshad, coming all the way from US to attend this meeting. Another good member of the medical fraternity belonging to Sindh Medical College. He was once still is the trustee of the Sindh Medical College Alumni Association. Dr. Babar Saeed Khan, very thankful for coming from Islamabad. A good participation in the healthy research activity by one of our college fellows, Dr. Muhammad Ali, coming from Qatar. He's a general surgeon. Me and Anjum were discussing about हमारे कम बालों के बारे में. तो we thought we are talking about a hair transplant. The next person I'm going to call is basically a hair transplant surgeon, Dr. Tahir Afindi. Sir, I'm very grateful. VC sir. The people who have been instrumental, in fact, in organizing this event from our side, from the Pakistani side. The first one is alumnus of this college from the third batch, and she's a pro-vice chancellor here, Professor Lubna Beg. The second one, basically, जिन्होंने हमको बड़ा तंग किया और हमने भी इनको बड़ा तंग किया, बराबर का मुकाबला रहा आखिरी दिन तक. But he is a very dynamic guy, I must say. He puts in all his efforts in organizing all these things. Professor Nazir.
Non-SMCNs.
ये कह दें non-SMCN चलें. Lekin Nazir Sahab, we have kept you in between two SMCNs. Professor Lubna Beg and the other one who I'm going to call now. All the logistics, all the communication, all the basically what you call networking in between America, Nazir Saab, the local alumni, was done by a person who has played a very dynamic role in all this. That is Dr. Rahat Naz. She's another SMCN. I'm very grateful, sir. Thank you very much.
जी अब हम अपने साइंटिफिक सेशन को शुरू करते हैं एंड द फर्स्ट ओरल प्रेजेंटर्स आर देयर लाइन अप. Now, the first prize is given to the oral presentation. The topic was ethnic differences in hormonal receptor status among breast cancer women. And the presenter is Moiz Ahmed. Moiz. And these are done by our students. So please, Moiz, come on stage.
Assalamualaikum. My name is Dr. Moiz Ahmed and I'm a recent graduate of JSMU Medical University. The title of my research is Ethnic Differences in Hormonal Receptor Status Among Breast Cancer Women. As it is an established fact that hormonal receptor status plays a huge role in determining the biological characteristics and prognosis of breast cancer. However, in Pakistan, relationship between hormonal receptor status and ethnicity was not evaluated. Considering the necessity, this study was undertaken. We collected the data of 450 breast cancer women from Oncology Department of Jinnah Postgraduate Medical Center. We collected the data regarding tumor stage, tumor histology, hormonal receptor status, and ethnicity. We then analyzed it on SPSS. Now moving towards the results. Uh, 61% of them were found ER positive, 53% were PR positive, 33% of them were HER2 positive, and 14% were triple positive. 20.9% were triple negative. Basically, we categorized them into Sindhi, Punjabi, Balochi. The rest of the ethnicities were put into other section. We can see that the Pashtuns were found more triple positive, which were 75.7% of them were ER positive, 64.9% were PR positive, and 40.5% were HER2 positive. This behavior of triple positivity was more prominent in the Pashtuns, which provides that they are more susceptible to tamoxifen, which provides a better treatment. As you can see, that the Pashtuns were more triple positive than the rest of the ethnicities provided. So in this study, we observed that Pashtuns were more positive compared to other ethnicities. More research needs to be done on this topic so we can provide better medical health care. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Moiz, for a very good approach and very good presentation. Now I would request Dr. Irfan Suleiman to please come on stage and give a shield to Moiz. His presentation was the first. He was chosen for the oral presentation. His poster was the first. Thank you. The second presenter is Hamza Suhail. Hamza, will you please? His topic is effect of second-hand smoking on respiratory system in adults in Karachi, Pakistan.
Presentation. Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning. This is Hamza Sohail. I'm a final year medical student from JSMU Medical University. Our title of presentation is Effects of Secondhand Smoking on the Respiratory System in Adults of Karachi, Pakistan. These are the co-authors. This is a preliminary report of an ongoing project titled above. As you are well aware of the fact that cigarette smoking affects on the individual's health, but what we fail to recognize is that the fumes from these smoke has some ill effects on the health of the non-smoker exposed population. Secondhand smoking differs from the active smoking in a way that the person exposed is inhaling the unfiltered smoke. Secondhand smoke has been labeled as a known carcinogen by the United States Environmental Protection Agency and the International Agency for the Research on Cancer. An early epidemiological study conducted in Haryana in 1981 found out that the non-smoker female married husbands who smoked showed a significant dose response increased risk of the lung cancer. Low-income countries, especially Pakistan, continue to face increasing significance of the tobacco epidemic with a current smoking prevalence of 15.2 among young adults and 6.3% among youth, according to a research conducted in 2014. The identification of these smokers is imperative in the effects to decrease future smoking prevalence and the health-related concerns presented to the affected population. That's why our objective is to determine the effects of secondhand smoke on the respiratory system in adults, Karachi, Pakistan. It was a cross-sectional survey on adult population of Karachi, Pakistan. Duration was 6 months, and the sample size was calculated using WHO calculator with a power of 80% and level of significance as 5%. The desired sample size was 862, but because this is a preliminary study, the current data is based on 423 adults. Our inclusion criteria was adults, non-smokers who were exposed to secondhand smoke, and our exclusion criteria was any individual who had occupational lung disease, had pets, had allergies, had any CVS disease, or had genetically diagnosed lung diseases. Upon informed consent, participants were given questionnaire that took 10 minutes to fill. That included questions about their biodata, past medical history, different respiratory symptoms in the span of 12 months, and a family history of any lung disease. Non-probability convenience sampling technique was used to select adult population of Karachi, Pakistan, and the data was analyzed using SPSS version 23.0 frequencies, and the percentages was calculated, and the p-value of less than 0.05 as a threshold of statistical significance. On our preliminary analysis, we found out that most of our participants belong to the age group of 18 till 25 years, and among them, most of them were females. On excluding out the previously mentioned criteria, we found out that the 14.4% were smokers and 85.6% were non-smokers. 43 of these non-smokers, 43.9% were those who were exposed to the second-hand smoking, and the 56.1% of the same population was non-exposed. Determining the prevalence of the respiratory symptoms, we found out that the 32.2% of the exposed and the 17.1% of the non-exposed experienced dry cough, 18.4% and the 43.7% of the exposed, and the 9.9% and 37.8% of the non-exposed experienced chest congestion and sneezing or runny nose, respectively. These symptoms were associated with itchy, watery eyes in 27.6% of the patients of the exposed and the 21.6% of the non-exposed population. But only 6.9% of the exposed and the 1.8% of the non-exposed had an attack of wheezing. On applying chi-score, results were found to be significant for only one of the symptoms, as it's a preliminary report and the sample size has not been achieved yet. In conclusion, respiratory illnesses symptoms were reported more in the non-smokers, adults who were exposed to the secondhand smoke as compared to non-smokers who weren't. This increases the chances of developing multiple respiratory illnesses in the exposed population. We recommend appropriate measures be taken by our authorities to control public smoking and the increasing awareness of the harmful effects of the secondhand smoke in developing countries like Pakistan, where prevalence of the people getting affected by secondhand smoke is on the rise. Thank you.
Our third presenter awards हम आखिर में देंगे सबको इकट्ठे. Now I would request Asha Asghar. Her topic is effect of caffeinated beverages consumption on the sleep habits and lifestyle of medical students in public and private medical colleges.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Aisha Asghar and I'm a student of final year MBBS Sindh Medical College. Our topic is the effect of caffeinated beverage consumption on the sleep habits and lifestyle of a medical student in public and private medical universities of Karachi, Pakistan. And my co-authors are Maham, Shahira, Sania, Shweta, Anam, and our mentor, Dr. Hira Tariq. So everybody knows caffeine consumption has drastically increased and it is affecting the quality of life and the quality of sleep, especially medical students, because medical students are more prone to having poor sleep quality due to their irregular daytime routines, exam stress, and especially due to use of caffeinated drinks. And along with the sleep disruptive effects of caffeine, it also enhances the academic performance, which has led to even more usage of caffeine among medical students. So our objectives were to determine the effects of caffeine on the sleep habits and the lifestyle of a medical student. And for that purpose, we did a cross-sectional study targeting the medical students of Jinnah Sindh Medical University, a public sector university, and Hamdard College of Medicine, a private university, for a 6-month duration from January 2019 to June 2019. And we obtained a sample size of 422 as per OpenEpi calculator. And we included all those students who were willing to participate from first year to final year of medical school and excluded any participant with any medical student with any systemic disease or who were on medications or pregnant females. And when we did the research, we had results with female preponderance, and more 55.9% belonged to public sector university, while 44% were from private sector, and 81%, which is a vast majority of the students, they consume caffeine in various forms, while only 18% did not consume caffeine at all. And 63% of those who consumed caffeine, they had disturbed sleep patterns. They usually sleep during class, and only 1.4% of the participants were sleeping for more than 8 hours, which is the quality sleep or the optimum time of sleep. 63% believe that caffeine keeps them active, and 31.8% of the students reported that caffeine enhances their academic performance. And nearly half of the study participants responded to have moderate levels of stress. And due to their effects of caffeine on their lifestyle, 30.3% wanted to cut down on their consumption of caffeine because definitely they were aware. So it is concluded that caffeine does affect the sleep habits of medical students, as they have less sleep hours, they have more daytime dysfunction, they usually fall asleep during class. However, research shows that caffeine does not affect the ability to fall asleep. It rather keeps them active, and it is recommended that future research should be conducted on the general population and their caffeine consumption, not just the medical students. So for that purpose, awareness programs should be held regarding these effects of caffeine consumption, excessive caffeine consumption. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now we'll start with our session. And now I hand over the mic to our students. They are going to be the moderators. This is our team of moderators, and they will come and introduce their speakers. So we'll start with you. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here for International Research Conference in collaboration with JSMU Alumni Association of Pakistan and JSMU Alumni Association of North America. Now we will proceed for faculty research talk. My name is Usman Shabir. I am a final year medical student of SMC. I have been given this amazing opportunity to introduce one of the most renowned doctor, Dr. Omrana Pasha Razak. Dr. Omrana graduated from Aga Khan University and completed her MSPH from University of Alabama, Birmingham. She worked as a manager research projects at Emory University. Currently, she is a professor of medicine and public health at Penn State College of Medicine. She has traveled all the way from United States to familiarize us with his research topic, which is based on randomized controlled trials, understanding interventional studies. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Omrana Pasha Razak.
Assalamu alaikum, and thank you so much for inviting me here to give this talk. I'm really, though I'm not a graduate of JSMU, I do count some of your faculty as my mentors, my teachers. Dr. Lubna Beg, who's here, was really my first teacher in research and community medicine, and I'm always very grateful to her. And the person who really put me on my path towards a research career is one of your most esteemed faculty, Dr. Sadqa Jafri, who really held my hand and taught me the ABCs of research from scratch, not just the theory, but actually how do you go to the clinic, how do you approach the patient, how do you talk to the patient about doing research, and how do you actually carry out the research work. And it is with their, through their efforts in teaching me, in developing my career, that I'm here at this stage. So I'm very grateful to this institution for everything that I've learned here. Today I'm going to be talking about randomized control trials. Thank you, Beta. So, you know, we are, as we think about research and the kind of research a university does, a medical university, I think we have to think sort of which direction do we want to take, not just an individual institution like Jinnah Medical University, but also the country as a whole. And I think Pakistan has an immense potential to be the site where a lot of clinical trials could be done, because we have a very large population, we have a young population. Many of the common diseases, for example, an area of my interest, hepatitis C, are very common here, and there are many, many patients which we can access in order to do the clinical trials. And when we look across the border at India, India is the site where thousands, if not tens of thousands of clinical trials are ongoing simultaneously. Unfortunately, Pakistan has not been able to keep up because we have not really developed substantial manpower, and we have not focused on using our resources both in order to be competitive in the world of clinical trials, but also in order to do the kind of clinical trials that would benefit our population here in Pakistan. So I think that those of you who are interested in research, and those of you who are considering an academic career in the future, not just a clinical career, but want to do something that benefits beyond the individual patient, should think about taking up this area as something that you can develop yourself into. And I often like to say that being a trialist or someone who specializes in clinical trials is as important as being a surgeon. And one of the real pitfalls in our country that I've seen is that people think, oh, anyone can do a trial. So I have had surgeons come to me and say, Dr. Saab, आप 15 मिनट दे दें, फिर मुझे समझा दें ट्रायल कैसे करना है, फिर जो है मैं ट्रायल कर लूँगा. तो मैंने कहा, आप मुझे समझा दें कि 15 मिनट में appendectomy कैसे करनी है, फिर मैं appendectomy कर लूँगी. तो that's not how it works, right? So we need specialists in clinical trials, and I look at all your bright, smiling, eager young faces here, and I think we have the opportunity to develop so many young trial clinicians here in this institution, and Dr. Lubna knows that I'm very eager to work with you guys. If there are students who are interested in becoming involved in the kind of work that I do, please do feel free to approach me. You have my contact, and you can always get in touch with me through Dr. Lubna. So I'm going to talk about, just give you a very quick outline. Usually I teach a 3-credit-hour course on, I used to teach a 3-credit-hour course on randomized controlled trials, which takes about 8 hours of classroom teaching per week for 12 weeks at AKU before I moved to the United States. So I'm going to try and condense that into half an hour. So when we think about research, some of the research that we heard from our very good work that was done by our students here today, a lot of that research is research on characteristics. So who are people? Who are the people who have HER2 positive, for example, in breast cancer? We heard that it's the Pashtun population. So that is the preliminary kind of health research that a lot of people do, research on characteristics. Then we move on and think about research on causes. What causes certain diseases to occur in certain populations? We heard a little bit about that. Secondhand smoking causing chronic cough. I think that's a good example of research on causes. And some of the research on causes and research on characteristics helps us form hypotheses. So for example, we may hypothesize that because there is more intermarriage in the Pashtun population, that is why the rate of breast cancer positive for HER2 is higher in that population. That's a hypothesis. I don't know if it's true or not, but maybe that is a hypothesis we can take away from the study that was presented here earlier. And then eventually we have to move on to research that tests those hypotheses. And amongst those types of research that tests hypotheses are those that are called observational studies. That means, can we see whether those women who are whose parents were cousins with each other, if they are consanguineous, were those women more likely to have HER2 positive breast cancer? And if so, then that would be an observational study in which we would be able to prove or disprove this hypothesis. But what I'm really going to talk about today are experimental studies. These are what are called experimental studies or interventional studies. And in human beings, when we do these kinds of experimental studies, we call them randomized controlled trials. So when we think about an experimental study, we define it as one in which the investigator both determines and controls the conditions of the experiment. That participants are randomly assigned to groups, and they experience a carefully controlled intervention which is manipulated by the experimenter according to a strict logic, and that allows the causal inference about the effects of the intervention under investigation. Now, what does all of this mean? It means that, for example, if we take a group of people with high blood pressure, and we treat them with 2 different drugs. One is a drug which is commonly used, like hydrochlorothiazide, and one is a new drug or a novel drug. Can we compare between them and see which is more effective at controlling hypertension, which is more effective at preventing poor outcomes of uncontrolled hypertension, and so on? So the purpose of interventional studies or randomized controlled trials is basically to assess the usefulness of interventions. So while most of, oops, this is the wrong slide. My apologies. So when we assess the usefulness of interventions, it's not just randomized control trials that are used to assess the usefulness of interventions. Sometimes we can use cohort studies to assess the usefulness of interventions. Sometimes people do quasi-experimental studies. But true experimental studies are those that we are talking about here today, are those that are randomized control trials. These can be a variety of different types of studies, and I'm not going to go into too much detail about it. But let me just talk about where this comes from historically. So I think all of you have studied in medical college, or maybe I'm very out of date because when I went to medical school in the dark ages, they always used to teach us about vitamin C deficiency and scurvy. And one of the things that they taught us was this very famous experiment by Dr. Lind, in which he took 12 sailors with scurvy, divided them into 6 groups, so groups of 2, and gave them each different type of diet for 14 days, and tried to see which group improved. And they found that the group that was given a diet in which there were oranges and lemons, those were the 2 groups that improved. And as someone who looks at clinical trials, we always talk about this as the first clinical trial, the predecessor from which all clinical trials. So all of these 12 sailors were pretty similar to each other. They were assigned randomly into these groups. They were not assigned for any particular reason, but randomly. And then very controlled diet was given to them for 14 days. The investigator was the one who was controlling what was being fed to each one. And then the outcome that was the improvement of the scurvy was looked at in each of these groups. And this study is actually considered to be the first randomized trial. And almost 100 years after that initial study, Dr. Lewis articulated guidance on what do we have to do to really be able to call a study an interventional study. And the thing that the principles that he set down are pretty much still the primary principles on which we conduct interventional studies. The first is that the number of subjects required to show benefit of one treatment of another or sample size should be ascertained. That there's a need to observe the disease progress accurately in both the treated and untreated group. That is the end point of the study. And that there's a need to define precisely the disease state before the start of the experiment. So it's not useful to compare people who have, for example, no disease with people who already have disease. They should all have similar state of the disease at the start of the experiment. And the importance of observing deviation from the intended treatment. So if you put a person in a control group, but somehow they get access to the intervention drug, then you have to be able to observe that and note that at the time when you do the analysis. And pretty much, I would say these 4 are still the basis on which all randomized clinical trials are still done. So in practice, the first true randomized clinical trial was reported in 1948 by the British Medical Research Council when they tested the use of streptomycin in the treatment of pulmonary tuberculosis in 1948. And in 1950, a trial of antihistamines for the treatment of the common cold, which was the first double-blind placebo-controlled trial that was conducted and more than 75 years ago. And in 1959, Dr. Truelove summarized the current thinking on experimental design. And some of the thoughts that he put forward is that the trial should be planned so that a decisive answer can be given to one or more important questions at the end of the trial, so that the trial should have internal validity. That patients should be selected for inclusion in the trial before it is known into which group they will go. And after admission to the trial, the patient should be allocated at random to one or the other treatment group. that systematic and pertinent observations should be made on patients so that the relevant data are available for analysis at the conclusion of the trial, and that when possible, trials should be arranged so that neither the physician nor the patient knows which treatment is being used, the so-called double-blind system. So I am going to try and wrap this up now, but just a few really important things that and the reason that I want to tell you about these things is that not all of you are going to become people who do clinical trials, but all of you as physicians will and should read clinical trials. And when you read clinical trials, these are some of the things that you should look for to see whether trial findings are really valid or not. So the selection of the study population, the allocation of the treatment regimens, the length of the observation, the effect of the observer, the effect of the kind of participants you have, the compliance with the intervention being tested, the ascertainment of the exposure and the outcome, and finally the statistical power of the study and the way that it is analyzed and interpreted. How am I doing for time? When we say selection of the study population, in order to be a participant in a trial, a person must be recruited and give free and informed consent to participate. They should be aware of the general nature of the research and aware of what they will be expected to do and have done to them. And they should be given enough information about the study to improve their compliance, but the exact details needs to be balanced with the requirement that as far as possible, they should be blinded to their treatment allocation. So for example, we should give enough information to patients who are in a trial that they understand that there are certain risks and benefits involved in the trial, but not so much information that they can figure out whether they are in the intervention or control arm, particularly when you are trying to maintain the blinding of the study. When we talk about allocation of treatment regimens, we ensure that the difference between the treatment and control group is done through a mechanism of random allocation so that any person who is involved in a trial has an equal chance at any given time of being placed in the intervention arm or in the control arm, and that it is done in a way which is not predictable. So if you say that the patients who come to my clinic on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday are going to be in the intervention arm, and those that come on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday are going to be in the control arm, that is not random allocation. That is predictable allocation. When you try and do random allocation, neither you as the investigator nor the participant should be able to tell from any extraneous source whether they are in the intervention or the control arm. What this does is that it ensures that any potential confounders or any differences between the two groups arise completely at random. The length of the observation of a trial, an experiment should be just long enough to allow the effect of the exposure change to result in the change in outcome. So for example, I mentioned if we were doing a trial of an antihypertensive, then it would be enough to do a short trial, maybe 2 weeks or 6 weeks, to look at control of blood pressure. But if we wanted to look at the impact on retinopathy, then the follow-up has to be many years long because that is the amount of time it takes for retinopathy to develop. So the length of observation has to be based on what is it that you are looking to change. That's my second point here, that in deciding the length of the study, the investigator must have an idea as to the mechanism of action of the proposed treatment and an idea of how long it would take to affect the various steps in the pathway. And of course, as I said earlier, the outcome of interest will affect the length of observation. As I mentioned earlier, both the observer and the participant should be blinded to the participant's group, whether they are in the intervention arm or in the control arm. And rigorous training of study personnel should be done to ensure that the protocols that are used to measure anything, whether it's the outcome, the intervention, are applied in an equal way to all participants. So that everyone, for example, if we are measuring blood pressure, so everyone's blood pressure is measured the same way. It would not be helpful if we were measuring some patient's blood pressure with a digital blood pressure cuff, and some patients' blood pressure we were measuring with a mercury cuff. And that we should try and keep all the instruments which we use for measurement as carefully calibrated as possible. Now they're telling me I'm running out of time. So I'm just going to skip over some of this, but all of these slides will be available for you to have a look at. What I'm going to talk about is just a quick summary that a properly controlled randomized experiment offers the best test of causality. If it is properly conducted, it is less likely to give a biased estimate on the effect of an exposure on an outcome. And a clearly defined aim for the research is essential, and it should be used to establish the structure of the research protocol. And the design used needs to be appropriate to the research question and the population under study. All subjects once included in the study should be observed and followed up in exactly the same way. And for community trials or trial intervention or community intervention studies, there is the same need to pay close attention to the design of the study as it would be in a clinical trial. And with that, I thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Irfan, for inviting me here. So if anyone has any questions, I'm happy to take those. I think, I think one of the major challenges for Pakistan, there are two or three. Up till now, we have not had, at least till the last 5 years, I would say, we've not had standardization at the federal or even at the provincial level of mechanisms for which clinical trials can be done. So there was, at one time, maybe about 15 to 20 years back, there was a lot of proliferation of clinical trials being done by pharmaceutical companies. But then there were a lot of concerns amongst the public at large about are people being used as guinea pigs. And so there was a big hue and cry, and government said, okay, we're going to stop all pharmaceutical clinical trials. And they made it very, very hard to do any kind of trials. And I've been through that process myself, where it took us more than 3 years. We wanted to do a study on the use of antenatal corticosteroids. This is the standard of care worldwide. We wanted to be part of a large consortium which was doing this trial in 7 developing countries worldwide. It took us 3 years for steroids, which every Hakim, everybody is giving out like candy. And it took us 3 years to get the government's approval to use it in a trial. So it's not even a novel drug. So, this is very hard.
Now you could say that PMDC approved 85 medical colleges, which are in one night, and the standard of medical education has gone to the point that PMC has been dissolved. Pakistan Medical Commission is formed, and I'm sorry I was in the process of 3 medical college approval with the PMDC. I'm so sorry to say, I'm very sorry. The faculties are not to the standard. The hiring criteria is very, very bad. Please improve that standard. These students, they are their own doctors, their own teachers, their own researchers. That is not the way the medical institutions are made.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pasha Razak. for your wonderful presentation. Now I'd like to invite our Vice Chancellor Lubna Beg to come to the stage for giving a thanks to our speaker.
Thank you, Umrana. That's very nice. Just so you know.
Thank you, Dr. Umrana, for your precious time. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Adiba Ahmed from third year MBBS at Jinnah Sindh Medical University. It is my great honor to introduce our next speaker, Professor Dr. Saeed Akhtar. Dr. Saeed Akhtar will be presenting on the topic Concept of Research in Islam. He is a consultant urologist at Marshfield Clinic and professor of urology and transplant surgery at University Wisconsin, USA. He graduated with honors in 1983 from Sindh Medical College. Having more than 36 years of diverse experiences, especially in urology, Dr. Akhtar received 29 prestigious awards for his services in medical field and for bringing excellence to the field of research and education in Pakistan. He was honored with Tamgha-e-Imtiaz by the government of Pakistan. Now I request you all to give a big round of applause to welcome Dr. Saeed Akhtar.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إن في خلق السماوات والأرض واختلاف الليل والنهار لآيات لأولي الألباب الذين يذكرون الله قياما وقعودا وعلى جنوبهم ويتفكرون في خلق السماوات والأرض ربنا ما خلقت هذا باطلا سبحانك فقنا عذاب النار صدق الله العظيم. सबसे पहले तो मुझे आज यहाँ आके बड़ी खुशी हो रही है कि जिन बेंचेस पे बैठ के हमने पढ़ा मे भी उसका थोड़ा सा एक मोर डिग्निफाइड और ग्लोरीफाइड वर्जन वो लकड़ी की बेंचेस से इम्प्रूव होके और अब कंफर्टेबल सीट्स में कन्वर्ट हो गई हैं. लेकिन द फैक्ट रिमेंस कि ये वो जगह है जिससे बड़े अच्छे अच्छे डॉक्टर्स बन के निकले. और जैसे आज प्रोफेसर इकबाल साहब ने कहा कि जो पोटेंशियल है हमारे बच्चों में, और आज का मेरा जो ये सारी बात है actually addressed towards the young medical students because you are our future. In the cadre of order, जो सबसे बड़ा एट्रीब्यूट है वो तख्लीक है, जो अल्लाह की ज़ात के नज़दीक तरीन है. और उसके बाद जो सेकंड है वो तहकीक है, रिसर्च. और फिर तहकीक से ही तख्लीक जन्म लेती है. क्रिएटिव माइंड है, सोचेगा कुछ तो उससे कुछ तख्लीक करेगा वो. और माँ का जो रुतबा इतना बड़ा रखा है अल्लाह ने, वो इसीलिए रखा है कि माँ भी तख्लीक के एक प्रोसेस में इन्वॉल्व है किसी तरह से. ये जो आयत मैंने आपके सामने पढ़ी, ये सूरह आल इमरान की आखिरी आयतों में से एक आयत है. और हज़रत आयशा रज़ियल्लाहु अन्हा की रिवायत है कि जिस रात ये आयत नाजिल हुई उस सारी रात हुजूर सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम सजदे में रोते रहे. बड़ी प्रोफाउंड हदीस है. तो मैं जब इस्लाम को स्टडी करने की कोशिश कर रहा था तो आई ऑलवेज वंडर कि आखिर इन आयात में क्या ऐसी बातें हैं. एंड फॉर लॉन्ग टाइम आई कुड नॉट अंडरस्टैंड कि इसके अंदर ऐसी क्या बातें हैं. तो जैसे जैसे इंसान में अल्लाह अक़ल डालता है, समझ आती है, तो चीज़ें एक्सपोज होने शुरू होती हैं. तो ये आयत जो है, और ख़ास तौर पे ये जितने भी मेडिकल स्टूडेंट्स बैठे हुए हैं जो फ्यूचर रिसर्चर्स हैं, ये उनके लिए उतारी गई है, तो प्लीज़ उसको थोड़ा सा कंप्रीहेंड करें आप। तो अल्लाह ताला कह रहा है कि इन्ना फी खल्क़िस समावाति वल अर्द, इंडीड इन द क्रिएशन ऑफ हेवंस एंड द अर्थ, वख्तिलाफिल लैली वन नहार एंड द डिफरेंस बिटवीन द नाइट एंड द डे आर द आयात इन आर द साइंस, मगर किन लोगों के लिए? उलिल अलबाब, जो समझदार लोग हैं। और आप सब लोग यहाँ जो बैठे हुए हैं ये बड़े समझदार लोग बैठे हुए हैं। अब अल्लाह खुद ही डिफाइन कर रहा है कि वो समझदार लोग कौन हैं, हु आर दोज पीपल हु आर सेंसिबल पीपल। तो अल्लाह कह रहा है कि अल्लज़ीना यज़कुरून अल्लाह, ये वो लोग हैं जो अल्लाह को याद रखते हैं। क्या क्या पोस्चर्स हैं हमारे एट अ गिवन टाइम? क़यामन, जब हम खड़े हुए हों, वक़ूदन, जब हम बैठे हुए हों, व अला जुनूबिहिम, और जब हम लेटे हुए हों। ये ह्यूमन बीइंग के 3 ही पोस्चर्स हो सकते हैं एक वक्त में। वयतफक्करून फ़ी ख़ल्क़िस समावाति वल अर्द, एंड दे कॉन्स्टेंटली पॉन्डर इन द क्रिएशन ऑफ दिस होल अर्थ। और जब वो सोचते हैं तो जो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट इसका जो टेक होम मैसेज है वो ये सोच का वो जो प्रोसेस है, जो कि इंसान को चीज़ों को देखने पे मजबूर करता है। हु एम आई, व्हाई एम हियर, ये सेल कैसे काम कर रहा है, हाउ इज द एंडोक्राइन सिस्टम वर्किंग, हाउ इज माई न्यूरोवैस्कुलर सिस्टम इज वर्किंग, एटसेट्रा एटसेट्रा। और फिर वो उनका जब वो सोचते हैं तो खुद वो एक ऑटोमेटिकली एक कंक्लूजन पे आते हैं, और वो कंक्लूजन अल्लाह ने बता दिया हमें कि वो क्या है। रब्बना, ओ आवर लॉर्ड, मा खलक़ता हाज़ा बातिला, यू हैव नॉट क्रिएटेड दिस इन वेन। ये तूने बहुत ज़बरदस्त चीज़ बनाई हुई है। ये जब तक आपके दिल के अंदर से ये कंक्लूजन, जब अल्लाह को पहचान जाएंगे तो ये कंक्लूजन आपके दिल से निकलेगा सुबह। और फिर जैसे ही वो कंक्लूजन निकलेगा तो उसका पहला रिस्पॉन्स है सुबहान का, तेरी ज़ात फ्लॉलेस है। और मैंने जो इस्लाम को समझा वो डॉक्टर बन के समझा। व्हेन आई लुक एट द प्रोसेसेस, व्हेन आई लुक एट द सेल बायोलॉजी, व्हेन आई सी हाउ कैंसर, अ नॉर्मल सेल बिकम्स इनटू अ कैंसर सेल, हाउ कैंसर सेल बिकम्स इनटू अ नॉर्मल सेल, एटसेट्रा एटसेट्रा। और फिर उसका जो फाइनल कंक्लूजन है सुबहाना का, तेरी ज़ात पाक है, द ग्लोरी टू बी यू, फ़क़ना अज़ाब अन्नार, जो फाइनल कंक्लूजन है तो हमें जहन्नुम के अज़ाब से बचा ले। तो दिस इज़ वेयर जो अल्लाह ताला ने 1400 साल पहले जो हमें बात बता दी कि सोचो, गौर करो, फिक्र करो, कायनात को देखो, अपने आप को देखो। और ये वो चीज़ें हैं जो हम भूल चुके हैं, और आज मैं आपको ये रिमाइंडर देने के लिए आया हूँ। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। और मैंने जब कुरान को सर्च किया तो एटलीस्ट 14 जगह पे मुझे ये जो फिक्र गौर करने वाली बातें कुरान की इन्विटेशन है। अच्छा, अब ये सोचें कि ये हम इस वक्त सब बहुत नॉलेज बेस्ड सोसाइटी है, हर एक के पास इंटरनेट है। हम बात करें 1400 साल पहले। थिंक अबाउट द ग्रेटनेस ऑफ कुरान और ग्रेटनेस ऑफ इस्लाम इन अ टाइम जब कोई नॉलेज बेस था ही नहीं किसी के पास। अरबों पे नाजुल हुआ कुरान, बद्दू लोग थे, सहरा में रहने वाले लोग थे। कुरान कह रहे सोचो भाई, गौर करो इसके ऊपर। तो ये आप लोगों को इन्विटेशन है कि गो एंड रीड कुरान, एंड कुरान विल एक्चुअली फोर्स यू टू थिंक। इट विल टेक यू टुवर्ड्स अ प्रोसेस विच इज़ अ वेरी थिंकिंग प्रोसेस। और ये वो पहली आयत है जो कुरान की नाजिल हुई, इक़रा। तो कुरान तो बात ही शुरू करता है कि पढ़ो, रीड, अल्लमल इंसाना, जो इंसान को सिखाया गया। तो जो ये नॉलेज है ना, दैट इज द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग। और दूसरी बात जो कुरान ने बहुत ज़्यादा हैविली एम्फेसाइज की है वो इल्म के ऊपर की है। और इल्म के ऊपर जो बात है वो ये इस तरह से इंपॉर्टेंट है कि क्या जो इल्म रखता है, जो इल्म नहीं रखता, क्या वो बराबर हो सकता है? वो नहीं हो सकता बराबर। क्या जो देख सकता है, जो नहीं देख सकता, कैन दे बी द सेम? दे कांट बी द सेम। मेरे अंदर और एक ऐसे आदमी के अंदर क्या डिफरेंस है? इसलिए कि अल्लाह ने मुझे एक सर्टन नॉलेज दिया। तो इट इज़ द नॉलेज दैट मेक्स मी डिफरेंट। मैं एक दफ़ा नॉर्थ डकोटा एक जगह है, बहुत सर्द जगह है अमेरिका में, वहाँ काम कर रहा था। तो कुछ 6 फुट की बर्फ़ पड़ी हुई थी वहाँ पर। तो सुबह मेरा बेटा मुझे लेने के लिए आया, तो हमारे डॉक्टर्स के लिए वो हीटेड गराज था बेसमेंट में पार्किंग का। तो हम अपनी बड़ी कंफर्टेबली गाड़ी निकाल के वहाँ से निकल रहे थे। तो आई सॉ द नर्सेज एंड द डॉक्टर, नॉट द पैरामेडिक्स, जो कि सारी रात बेचारे वहाँ पे 12 घंटे काम करते रहे होंगे। वो सुबह उतर के पहले आके वो बर्फ़ में से अपनी गाड़ियाँ खोद के निकाल रहे थे, उसके बाद फिर वो अपने घर जाते होंगे। तो मैंने अपने बेटे को कहा, मैंने कहा देखो, मैं तो गोरा भी नहीं हूँ, ना मैं अमरीकी हूँ, लेकिन I had the honor and the privilege of parking in a heated garage. And those people who are born here, they have lived here all their life. वो बेचारे सुबह उतर के पहले आके अपनी गाड़ी खोद के बर्फ में से निकालेंगे, फिर वो कहीं घर जाएंगे. Takes maybe another half an hour in extreme cold weather. Not easy. तो ये इल्म है जो आपको डिफ्रेंशिएट करता है फ्रॉम राइट और रॉन्ग की तमीज़ सिखाता है. तो आपका जो काम है एज ए मेडिकल स्टूडेंट्स, एज ए प्रोफेसर, एज ए डॉक्टर, इम्तहान पास करना इज़ नॉट योर एम. इल्म का हासिल करना, गेन नॉलेज, बिकॉज वो नॉलेज फिर कहीं नहीं जाएगा आपके पास. तो ये जो तहकीक है या रिसर्च जिसके टॉपिक पे आज हम बात कर रहे हैं, द एंटायर कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ रिसर्च इज टू जनरेट नॉलेज. एक है तालीम. तालीम है ट्रांसफर ऑफ नॉलेज, कि भाई मुझे एक चीज़ पता थी वो मैंने आपको बता दी. एक है तहकीक. तहकीक इज टू जनरेट नॉलेज. हाउ डज वन सेल टॉक टू अनदर सेल? व्हाई डज अ सेल बिकम कैंसर सेल? एक आदमी है, उसको एक बीमारी नहीं होती, उसके साथ एक दूसरा आदमी है, उसको वो बीमारी हो जाती है. व्हाई इज हिज इम्यून सिस्टम डिफरेंट? तो ये वो सारी बातें हैं, और ये सारी बातें हमारे जेनेटिक डीएनए में हैं. दिस इज वन ऑफ द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट आया ऑफ कुरान जो मेरी नज़र में. वो अल्लम अल आदमा अस्मा कुल्लहा. जब हज़रत अल्लाह ताला ने आदम को बनाने का इरादा किया तो उनको कुछ इल्मुल अस्मा सिखाया, चीज़ों के नाम बताए. उसमें एरोप्लेन का नाम भी बताया होगा, उसमें को शटल का नाम भी बताया होगा, उसमें मार्स का नाम भी होगा. एवरीथिंग इज बीन कोडेड इन द डीएनए ऑफ हज़रत आदम अलैहिस्सलाम. इट इज आवर जॉब टू गो एंड एक्सप्लोर. और वो अभी 14 साल में अब तक ये डिस्कवरीज हुई हैं जो हमारे सामने. हो सकता है अगले 14 साल में ऐसी डिस्कवरी हो कि हम फ्लाई कर रहे हो, हम कुछ और कर रहे हो. तो ये वो चीज़ें हमारे अंदर मौजूद हैं. इट्स जस्ट, और कुरान ये एम्फेसाइज कर रहा है कि इसको देखो और इसको गौर करो, इस पर फिक्र करो. फिर आप टीचिंग्स ऑफ प्रॉफिट सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम देखें. कहते हैं कि सीक नॉलेज फ्रॉम क्रेडल टू ग्रेव. तो मैं ये समझता हूँ कि अगर मैंने बहुत कुछ पढ़ लिया, मैं बहुत बड़ा ट्रांसप्लांट सर्जन बन गया तो मैं फारिग हो गया. नहीं, मैंने आखिरी लम्हे तक मुझे पढ़ना है. और इसी तरह आपने सुना होगा कि उतलुबुल इल्म लौकाना बिस्सीन, कि अगर चीन भी जाना पड़े. अब चीन जो था वो एक महावरतन की बहुत डिस्टेंस लोकेशन थी. और फिर हुजूर सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम जब मक्के से मदीने आए तो मदीने में लोग खजूर के दरख्तों को आपस में बांध देते थे. तो हुजूर को वो बात पसंद नहीं आई. तो उन्होंने कहा यार ये अच्छा नहीं कर रहे. तो उन्होंने करना बंद कर दिया. अगले साल फसल ठीक नहीं हुई. तो उन्होंने कहा कि हुजूर ये तो फसल ठीक नहीं हुई. तो उन्होंने कहा नहीं, तुम अहले इल्म लोग हो, मुझे तो सिर्फ वैसे देखने में बुरा लगा, लेकिन यू आर द पीपल ऑफ नॉलेज, सो ओपन देम, डोंट ट्राई देम अगेन. बिकॉज वो क्रॉस पॉलिनेशन का एक निज़ाम था जो हमें बाद में पता चला. तो पॉइंट ये है कि हुजूर सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम का माइंड वॉज अ वेरी थिंकिंग माइंड एज अ प्रॉफिट. और हुजूर सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम की बेस पे एक तिब्बे नबवी, एक द होल, उस पर इब्न खल्दून ने एक पूरा मुकदमा लिखा है. तो मतलब ये वो नॉलेज की बेस है जो हमारे पास मौजूद है ऑलरेडी. फिर हमें एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ जो रिसर्च के अंदर पता चलती है वो कंपाइलेशन ऑफ हदीस. इटसेल्फ ये 1 घंटे का टॉपिक है, लेकिन जस्ट टू ब्रीफ यू कि उस ज़माने में, जिस ज़माने में चलना दुश्वार था, दिनों का सफ़र था, लोग एक एक हदीस की ऑथेंटिसिटी को इन्वेस्टिगेट करने के लिए उन्होंने ज़िंदगी में ट्रैवल किया. इट इज़ एब्सोल्युटली अमेजिंग कि क्या वो रिसर्च का कल्चर था उस ज़माने में, जिनको हम बद्दू कहते थे. व्हाट काइंड ऑफ अ कल्चर दे डेवलप्ड. और उसके नतीजे में अस्मा और रिजाल एक किताब मुरतब हुई जिसमें एक एक आदमी का, वो कहते थे कि ये हदीस फलाने ने रिवायत की, फिर फलाने, वो जाके उनका बैकग्राउंड चेक करते थे कि कहीं वो साहब झूठे तो नहीं थे, उनका यादाश्त ठीक थी कि नहीं थी. अमेजिंग कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ रिसर्च एंड कंपाइलेशन एंड सिंथेसिस ऑफ रिसर्च है. तो ये हमारी हेरिटेज है. और ये वो मुस्लिम स्कॉलर्स हैं, मैं टाइम की ब्रेविटी में, बट दीज आर द पीपल हु लेड द फाउंडेशन. ये सारे हमारे वो बुजुर्ग हैं जिन्होंने कि इस्लाम में फाउंडेशन ले की. इब्न नफीस, इब्न हैसम, ये सारे लोग हैं. फर्स्ट हॉस्पिटल मेड एवर वाज अ बीमारिस्तान इन डमेस्कस. तो ये वो सारी चीज़ें जो हमारे एंसेस्टर्स कर गए. अब हमने क्या करना है, अब आगे बात आती है इसके अंदर. तो बेसिक जो चीज़ है, जो प्रॉब्लम थी इन सब लोगों के साथ ये था कि जब ये स्कॉलर्स बने तो पहले इन्होंने कुरान पढ़ा, इन्होंने पहले हदीस पढ़ी, उसके बाद फिर ये कंटेम्प्रेरी कोई एस्ट्रोनॉमी में गया, कोई मेडिसिन में गया, कोई किसी और चीज़ में गया. तो दे अंडरस्टूड कि दुनिया आखिर ये यूनिफाइड नॉलेज है. हमने उसको सेपरेट कर दिया कि अच्छा ये दुनिया का नॉलेज है, ये आखिर. दैट्स नॉट हाउ इट इज़. इट्स ऑल टुगेदर. यानी इस्लाम जो है वो ये नहीं है कि मैं डॉक्टर हूँ तो वो अलग है, मैं मेडिकल स्पेशलिस्ट हूँ. इट्स ऑल टुगेदर. और इसमें सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ ये हुई कि जो ब्रेक डाउन हुआ ना स्टेट और चर्च का या रिलीजन का, इसने एब्सोल्यूट तबाही फैला दी है. और हमें उसको फिर दोबारा, क्योंकि इस्लाम का तो सारा कॉन्सेप्ट ही रिसर्च के ऊपर बेस करता है. अब प्रॉब्लम क्या हुआ, ये सेपरेशन ऑफ नॉलेज, वर्ल्डली नॉलेज एंड द लाइफ ऑफ आफ्टर. और फिर ये लोग समझते हैं कि जो डॉक्टर्स हैं ना, अभी जैसे आज सुबह डॉक्टर साहब बात कर रहे थे, इकबाल साहब, जो डॉक्टर्स हैं, जो क्लिनिशियंस हैं, वो इतने मुतकब्बिर लोग हैं, वो जो नॉन क्लिनिशियन से बात करना ही पसंद नहीं करते, वो इस्लामी स्कॉलर से बात ही करना पसंद नहीं करते. तो फिर कैसे चीज़ें निकलेंगी आगे. और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि जो हमारा जो बेसिक साइंटिस्ट है वो लैब में बैठ के बेचारा कुछ एक्सपेरिमेंट करके 2-4 पेपर छाप लेता है, लेकिन ना उसके पास क्लिनिकल मटेरियल है, ना उसके पास पेशेंट डेटा है। वो जो डिस्कनेक्ट है, यानी अमेरिका के मुकाबले में जब मैं यहाँ देखता हूँ चीज़ों को, तो जो फंडामेंटल डिफरेंस मुझे नज़र आता है कि आई वॉज अ वेरी बिजी प्रैक्टिशनर, वेरी बिजी क्लिनिशियन, बट आई वुड स्पेंड 2 days इन अ लैब, जाके खुद अपने हाथ से मैं रिसर्च करता था। और मेरे पास 10 PhDs काम कर रहे थे, जिनको मैं कहता था कि ये सैम्पल्स हैं, इन पे ये काम करो, इन पे ये काम करो, इन पे ये काम करो। और वो मुझे कहते थे कि अच्छा ये हमने इस तरह से सेल एक्सट्रैक्ट करने हैं, ऐसे ये करना है, ऐसे वो करना है। तो एक्सट्रीमली इंपॉर्टेंट है कि हमारे यहाँ जो एक डिस्कनेक्ट है, हमें उसको रिकनेक्ट करना है। दिस इज डॉक्टर इलियास जहरानी। ही इज़ वन ऑफ द मोस्ट अकम्पलिश्ड मुस्लिम साइंटिस्ट। और अमेरिका में एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन NIH, नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ हेल्थ, और जस्ट टू गिव यू एन आइडिया, नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ हेल्थ का जो बजट है वो $87 billion। तो इट्स ह्यूज ऑर्गेनाइजेशन। ये पहला मुसलमान था। तो मैं उस ज़माने में इस्लामिक मेडिकल एसोसिएशन ऑफ अमेरिका, नॉर्थ अमेरिका में बहुत एक्टिव था। तो हमने इनको किसी मीटिंग में बुलाया, तो वो ये बात कर रहे थे कि मुस्लिम उम्मा में क्या मसला है, क्यों हम नॉलेज में आगे नहीं बढ़ सके। तो उन्होंने एक बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग बात कही। उन्होंने कहा डॉक्टर साहब बात ये है, ही वॉज एड्रेसिंग, गिविंग अ की नोट स्पीकर, कि बैक होम मीन्स सारे इस्लामिक वर्ल्ड में अगर जब आप किसी प्रोफेसर के पास जाते हैं तो वो आपको इनकरेज नहीं करता, वो कहता है वाई बॉदर विद इट। और अमेरिका का ये डिफरेंस है कि जब भी आप किसी प्रोफेसर के जाते हैं वो कहता है यस वाई नॉट, लेट्स डू दिस रिसर्च। तो हमें जो खासतौर पर टीचर्स यहाँ पे बैठे हुए हैं और जो लोग आप कल को टीचर बनने वाले हैं, यू नीड टू रियली गेट द किड्स अंडर योर विंग्स एंड लेट देम रीच द हाईएस्ट पॉसिबल लेवल ऑफ रिसर्च। ये बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट है। और जो बच्चे हैं हमारे, इनको भी बड़ा इस पर एम्फेसाइज करना है कि हमने सिर्फ पढ़ नहीं लिया, हमें एक इल्म को जनरेट करना है। तो हज़रत अली रज़ा अल्लाह का कौल है कि कोई भी हिकमत का वर्ड कहीं से भी मिले, ये मोमिन का खोया हुआ ख़जाना है, इसको पकड़ लो। तो चाहे वो हिंदू से आए, चाहे यहूदी से आए, चाहे किसी, ग्रैब इट। नॉलेज इज़ नॉलेज, यू गाइज नीड टू सीक नॉलेज। अब इसके मैं सोल्यूशन बताता हूँ कि सोल्यूशन क्या है। सोल्यूशन ये है कि कुरानिक टीचिंग जो है, इन सबको साइंसेस को हमें मर्ज करना पड़ेगा। जो बेसिक साइंटिस्ट को क्लिनिकल साइंटिस्ट से बात करनी पड़ेगी, बेसिक साइंटिस्ट और क्लिनिकल साइंटिस्ट को आपस में कोलैबोरेट करना पड़ेगा। हमारे बेसिक साइंटिस्ट कंप्लीटली अनअवेयर हैं कि क्लिनिकल वर्ल्ड में क्या हो रहा है, और क्लिनिकल साइंटिस्ट टोटली अनअवेयर हैं कि बेसिक साइंस में क्या हो रहा है। जब तक कि वो एक ब्रिज नहीं बनेगा, हम कभी जिंदगी में आगे तरक्की नहीं कर सकते। तो इसमें जो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ है वो खासतौर पे आप जैसे बच्चों को, वो ये है कि हमें सोचने का प्रोसेस को, तहकीक क्या करती है, हमें सोचना पड़ेगा। अब मिसाल के तौर पे हम सोचते हैं कि जो हेपेटाइटिस C होता है उसमें से 80% जो है वो वायरस बॉडी का सेल्फ क्लियर कर देगा उसको, तो 20% में वो एंड स्टेज लिवर डिजीज डेवलप करेगा। तो इस सवाल ये आता है कि देन व्हाट इज द डिफरेंस बिटवीन दोज 80%? क्या उनके कोई इम्यूनोलॉजिकल सिस्टम डिफरेंट है? क्या वो गाय का गोश्त खाते हैं जिसकी वजह से वो डिफरेंट है? क्या चीज़ है उनमें वो डिफरेंट है? जब तक कि आप ये क्वेश्चंस नहीं पूछेंगे, ये लाइफ में चल रहा है, साइकिल चल रहा है, हमारी बायोलॉजी में क्या चीज़ें हो रही हैं, यू रियली नीड टू लर्न हाउ टू स्टार्ट क्वेश्चनिंग योरसेल्फ। जब तक वो क्वेश्चन नहीं करेंगे, ये चीज़ें आगे नहीं बढ़ेंगी इसकी। और सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ ये है कि क्लिनिकल कोलैबोरेशन, और सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ ये है कि हमारा जो डेटा, वाई इंटरनेशनल पीपल डोंट ट्रस्ट अस, हमारा जो डेटा है वो बहुत अनक्लीन डेटा है। देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ फैब्रिकेशन इन द डेटा। वी हैव टू, मुसलमान तो झूठ बोल ही नहीं सकता। तो जो उसका जो इलाज है वो है इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मेडिकल डेटा कैप्चर, ताकि वो डेटा को चेंज ना किया जा सके। तो हमें अब जब तहकीक करनी है तो हमें एक बिल्कुल क्लीन डेटा को कैच करना होगा। अब मिसाल के तौर पर इस वक्त रिसर्च में क्या हो रहा है, स्टेम सेल्स। आई एम वन ऑफ द, मैंने अपनी रेजिडेंसी के दौरान 2 साल बेसिक लैब में गुजारे। आई एम वन ऑफ द फ्यू सर्जन इन द वर्ल्ड जिसने कि एक्चुअल बेसिक रिसर्च की है। आई यूज टू कल्चर द टिश्यूज, आई यूज टू एक्सट्रैक्ट द DNA, द RNA, आई यूज टू रन द जेल्स, सेल मेम्ब्रेन्स के अंदर डिफरेंट एंटीबॉडीज बनाना, मोनोक्लोनल एंटीबॉडीज, पॉलीक्लोनल एंटीबॉडीज। तो ये इट इज सेल्फ इज सच ए स्टिमुलेटिंग एनवायरनमेंट। और आज जो HEG के डायरेक्टर ने जो ऑफर दी है, यू मस्ट टेक एडवांटेज। जब आप लैब में जाएंगे तो आपका दिमाग खुलेगा वहाँ जाके, बिकॉज यू डू द एक्सपेरिमेंट्स एंड यू सी द रिजल्ट्स। तो इट इज़ अ वेरी वेरी रिवॉर्डिंग दिस थिंग। तो ये सारी चीज़ इस वक्त क्या हो रहा है दुनिया के अंदर। सेल रीजनरेशन इज़ अ वेरी हॉट टॉपिक। स्टेम सेल, हमारा ख्याल ये है कि 20 साल के बाद लिवर ट्रांसप्लांट की ज़रूरत नहीं होगी, बिकॉज वील बी एबल टू रीजनरेट आवर ओन लिवर्स। इसी तरह किडनी में स्टेम सेल्स का बहुत बड़ा रोल है, और अभी मैं आपको बताऊंगा हमने ऑलरेडी इस पर क्या काम शुरू किया। जो बॉडी जब एज करती है तो हर सेल डिवीजन के साथ टीलोमेयर्स हमारे छोटे होते चले जाते हैं। इस वक्त बहुत हॉट टॉपिक ऑफ रिसर्च है कि हाउ टू स्टॉप एजिंग। अगर हम किसी तरह टीलोमेयरिंग को लेंथन कर दें तो एज को हम रोक सकते हैं। और ये कुरान के कॉन्सेप्ट्स के अगेंस्ट नहीं है। 1000 साल भी उम्र हो सकती है हमारी, और इस पर बहुत एक्टिव काम इस वक्त हो रहा है। इसी तरह जो सबसे इस वक्त हॉटेस्ट टाइम है काम हो रहा है वो जीन रिपेयर पे हो रहा है। लॉट ऑफ डिजीजेस विच आर जेनेटिकली बॉर्न डिजीजेस, उसमें अब हमने चूँकि जो जीनोम जो प्रोजेक्ट था वो एक वंडर ऑफ द वर्ल्ड था, जैसे ये सेल फोन इज़ वंडर ऑफ द वर्ल्ड, जैसे जीनोम में हमें पता है कि किस सीक्वेंस ऑफ डीएनए में किस जगह पे इंसुलिन का वो है सीक्वेंस है, किस पे क्या है, जीन स्प्लाइसिंग करके आपको पता है ना, पहले एक ज़माने में इंसुलिन बनाने में बड़ी दिक्कत थी कि कहीं बोवाइन के पेनक्रियास से इंसुलिन निकालते थे, कहीं और किसी जगह से इंसुलिन निकालते थे। फिर उन्होंने कहा अच्छा हम ऐसा करते हैं कि कौन सी जीन है जो इंसुलिन बनाती है, उन्होंने वो जीन ई कोलाई में इंसर्ट की, तो जो बॉडी में एक जो बेसिक मैकेनिज्म ऑफ जो डीएनए सिंथेसिस, फिर उसके बाद आरएनए सिंथेसिस, उसके बाद प्रोटीन सिंथेसिस, वो एक एस्टैब्लिश पाथवे, तो अब ई कोलाई आपके लिए इंसुलिन बना रहा है। इज दैट अमेजिंग? कितना यानी कहाँ पे आप कहीं सुअर से इंसुलिन निकाल रहे हैं, कहीं भैंस से इंसुलिन निकाल रहे हैं, नाउ द ई कोलाई इज मेकिंग इंसुलिन। तो आई थिंक दीज आर दोज मार्वलस ब्रेक थ्रूज दैट हैव रियली चेंज आवर लाइफ। तो इसी तरह बहुत सारी चीज़ें हैं लाइफ के अंदर जो कि मैं समझना चाहिए कि तो हमें जो ज़रूरत है वो ये है कि जब तक कि हम ये रिसर्च इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर्स नहीं बनेंगे, और मगर रिसर्च इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर उस वक्त नहीं बन सकते जब तक हमारे अंदर ये जज्बा पैदा नहीं होगा कि हमने चीज़ों को देखना है और समझना है। हमें अपनी मेडिसिन बनानी पड़ेंगी। हम कब तक, यानी हमने ये कह दिया है कि सारी जो तहकीक करेगा वो गोरा करेगा, कोई नई चीज़ जो हम नहीं बना सकते, हम पे हराम है। हम लाख रुपए की घड़ी पहनते हैं और उस पर अकड़ते फिरते हैं और 1 टके की घड़ी नहीं बना सकते। हम लाख रुपए का सेल फोन लेके हाथ में चलते हैं लेकिन 2 टके का सेल फोन नहीं बना सकते। हाउ लॉन्ग आर वी गोइंग टू लिव लाइक दैट? अगर आज वेस्ट हम पे एम्बार्गो लगा दे तो हमारे बच्चे पेनिसिलिन ना होने की वजह से मर जाएंगे। वी कांट इवन मेक पेनिसिलिन इन दिस कंट्री। इजंट दैट अ शेम फॉर अस? हम सिर्फ पैकेजिंग करते हैं। तो ये जो मैं बात कर रहा हूँ ये इन बच्चों से कर रहा हूँ जो कल के फ्यूचर के डॉक्टर्स यहाँ बैठे हुए। यू गाइज नीड टू टेक फेट इन योर हैंड. You guys need to go towards the research. You guys need to really work hard to create centers of excellence, etc., etc. Because future इसी के अंदर है. अगर एक conventional डॉक्टर बन के ज़िंदगी गुजार दी तो फिर कुछ नहीं ज़िंदगी गुजारी जब तक impact उसका कोई नहीं हो. और जैसे मैंने पहले कहा कि better collaboration between basic and the clinical scientists. और idea publication का नहीं होना चाहिए. और idea सिर्फ इम्तहान पास करे. Idea is gain knowledge. Publication तो खुद ही हो जाएगी, इम्तहान भी खुद ही पास हो जाएगा. तो हमने क्या किया, पाकिस्तान किडनी लिवर इंस्टीट्यूट लाहौर में जो अदारा हमने बनाया, तो रिसर्च वाज वन ऑफ आवर बेसिक थिंग्स. एंड while the hospital was under construction, we already started to collaborate with LUMS, with the animal university and veterinary university. और हमारा कॉन्सेप्ट ये था कि किस तरह से हम हेपेटाइटिस बी पे, हेपेटाइटिस सी पे रिसर्च कर सकते हैं, किस तरह से हम सेल कल्चर कर सकते हैं, किस तरह से हम छोटे लैब एनिमल का मॉडल बना सकते हैं, एक्सेट्रा. तो ये सब चीज़ें पाकिस्तान में डूएबल हैं. और आज जो आपको ऑफ़र मिली है HEG से, आई थिंक दैट इज़ द बेस्ट ऑफ़र. तो हमें जो डिफरेंट कोलैबोरेशंस करनी है फिज़िक्स डिपार्टमेंट से, एक फिज़िक्स डिपार्टमेंट के एटॉमिक एनर्जी के चेयरमैन मेरे पास आए एज अ पेशेंट. तो मैंने कहा डॉक्टर साहब, कहने लगे लेज़र हमारी स्पेशलिटी है. मैंने कहा डॉक्टर साहब मैं एक लेज़र इस्तेमाल करता हूँ, वो 2 करोड़ रुपए की आती है और उससे हम टिश्यू को, कैंसर को एवेपोरेट करते हैं और पत्थरों को तोड़ते हैं. तो कहने लगे कि हमें किसी ने ये मौका ही नहीं दिया कि हमारे साथ बैठ के अपने आइडिया शेयर करें. वो कहते हैं हम तो, हमसे बड़ा लेज़र के चैंपियन कोई नहीं है पाकिस्तान में. और मैंने उनकी लैब विजिट की, दे हैव एब्सोल्युटली फिनोमिनल लेज़र लैब. हर तरह की लेज़र उनके पास थी. उन्होंने कहा ये जो लेज़र आपकी है, जो 2 करोड़ की आपको मिलती है, ये मैं आपको 15 लाख की बना के दे सकता हूँ. तो हमारे यहाँ अब वो हमारे साथ काम कर रहे थे इसके ऊपर, बट देन दैट थिंग स्टॉप्ड. तो मेरा पॉइंट ये है कि ना सिर्फ हम वो लेज़र बना सकते हैं, फिर वो लेज़र बना के हम गरीब इस्लामिक मुल्कों को या नॉन इस्लामिक मुल्कों को बेच सकते हैं. इट विल ब्रिंग रेवेन्यू फॉर पाकिस्तान. और रिसर्च का मतलब ये है कि एक इट शुड बी इकोनॉमिकली वायबल रिसर्च. तो इसके बाद तो इसमें जो मैं इसको कंक्लूड करता हूँ कि हम जो हैं अल्लाह ताला की तरफ से रिसर्च हमारे ऊपर फ़र्ज़ है. जो मेडिकल स्टूडेंट जो मेरे बच्चे आते हैं जिनको मैं पढ़ाता हूँ, उनको मैं कहता हूँ कि इस्लाम में 5 फ़राइज़ हैं, मेडिकल स्टूडेंट्स पे अल्लाह ने 6ठा फ़र्ज़ रखा है और वो रिसर्च का फ़र्ज़ है. यू हैव टू रिसर्च. इसमें रिसर्च नहीं करेंगे तो आप अपना काम नहीं करें. फिर इसी तरह एक तो दुनियावी चीज़ें, फिर एक सोल सर्चिंग है. ये बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट है कि अपने अंदर देखें मैं कौन हूँ, यहाँ क्यों आया हूँ, अल्लाह ताला ने मुझे क्यों बनाया है, फिर मेरा क्या बनेगा आगे चल के. मैं अल्लाह के आगे खड़ा हूँगा तो मैंने क्या हिसाब देना है. तो इकबाल ने इसमें बड़ी खूबसूरत बात की कि ढूंढने वाला सितारों की गुजरगाहों का अपने अफकार की दुनिया में सफ़र कर न सका, अपनी हिकमत के खमों पेच में उलझा ऐसा आज तक फैसला नफ़ो ज़रर कर न सका. जिसने सूरज की शुआओं को गिरफ्तार किया, जिसने सूरज की शुआओं को गिरफ्तार किया, ज़िंदगी की शबे तारीख सहर कर न सका. तो हम आप जो फ्यूचर के डॉक्टर्स और प्रोफेशनल्स और प्रोफेसर्स यहाँ पे बैठे हुए हैं, दिस इज़ योर जॉब कि न सिर्फ आप दुनिया को एक्सप्लोर करें बल्कि अंदर को भी एक्सप्लोर करें, बिकॉज दैट विल मेक यू अ बेटर मुस्लिम एंड अ बेटर ह्यूमन बीइंग। ठीक है, और उसके बाद फिर कल्चर रिसर्च करना बड़ा ज़रूरी है, लोकल कोलैबोरेशन। अब डॉक्टर साहिबा ने आपको ऑफर किया है यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ पेंसिल्वेनिया से कि आप हमारे साथ कोलैबोरेट करें, तो ये टाइम, अब दुनिया बहुत छोटी हो गई है, लोकल इंटरनेशनल कोलैबोरेशन बड़े आसान हो गए हैं, तो यू नीड टू स्टार्ट लुकिंग फॉर द कोलैबोरेशन पार्टनर फार्मा इंस्टीट्यूट रिसर्च। तो बात को मैं यहाँ इस पर ख़त्म करता हूँ कि वन ऑफ आर माई फेवरेट स्कॉलर टीचर अबू रिहान अल बैरूनी एस्ट्रोनॉमी मैथमेटिक्स का माहिर था। तो जब वो अपने डेथ बेड पे था तो उसका एक स्टूडेंट जो कि खुद बहुत बड़ा स्कॉलर बन गया था, वो उसको विजिट करने के लिए आया। तो अबू रिहान अल बैरूनी वाज इन अ स्टेट ऑफ ऑलमोस्ट कोमा एट दैट टाइम। तो सडनली उसको होश आया, तो अल बैरूनी ने उससे कहा, ओ आई एम सो ग्लैड यू आर हियर। मुझे दिमाग में था कि तुमसे मैंने एक बात पूछनी है, वो जो फलाने फलाने मसले पे ज़रा मुझे बताओ तो सही, उसका क्या बेहतर सोल्यूशन हो सकता। अमेज़ करें कि एक आदमी अपने डेथ बेड पे है, मगर उसका क्वेस्ट फॉर नॉलेज इज सो प्रोफाउंड दैट ही इज आस्किंग वन ऑफ स्टूडेंट हु हैज़ रियली एक्सेल्ड इन हिज ओन फील्ड। वो कहता है कि मैं मेरे दिमाग में था कि जब तुम आओगे तो तुमसे मैं ये सवाल ज़रूर पूछूंगा। ये जो मैं बात आपको कह रहा हूँ, इट्स अ वेरी प्रोफाउंड थिंग व्हाट आई एम सेइंग। और फिर the saying goes कि as this guy walks out of the house, he heard the women crying, meaning by Abu Rihan al-Biruni had died. तो ये हमारे ancestors थे. This is why they excelled. और हमने बिल्कुल, हम इस वक्त rock bottom पे हैं. तो we need to re-emerge from this thing. और future is with you guys. May Allah bless you all. Thank you very much. अगर किसी ने कोई सवाल पूछना है तो you know. Quran.
Thank you, Dr. Saeed. Now I would like to invite Professor Nazir to give shield to Dr. Saeed Akhtar.
बेटे आप आगे जाओ। आप आगे हेलो, थैंक यू वेरी मच, थैंक यू, वेल डन बेटा। द नेक्स्ट।
Assalamu alaikum everyone. My name is Aisha Maryam Hussaini and I am a final year student at SMC. The speaker I would like to call next on the stage is also an SMCian. He is practicing as a consultant general surgeon at the Hamad Medical Corporation in Qatar. He is also an assistant professor of clinical surgery at Weill Cornell Medical College in Qatar. Here to talk about how to write a case report and letter to the editor is Dr. Syed Muhammad Ali.
Assalamu alaikum. It was around like 25 years ago. I was sitting here and I was attending the lecture of Professor Ikhlaqul Nabi Khan, whose name has been the lecture hall has been given to. And it gives me a really immense pleasure, and it's a different feeling actually, that once you were sitting there and you're coming to your alma mater and delivering a lecture and trying to make some contributions. I would highly appreciate Dr. Irfan Urfi and Dr. Mukarram Bhai for their efforts, and thank you very much for giving me this chance to come here and speak about a little lecture, which is how to write a case report and how to write a letter to editor. After Prof. Saeed, the inspirational talk, I think it will be a little bit of a belittling topic for me, but I would try my best to make justice and give you something. So talking about the research and randomized control trial and the different ideas which Professor Saeed and my previous speaker has given, I would talk about a little differently. I mean, this is a very small topic, like writing a case report or writing a letter to editor. To begin with, for those who are just graduating, I think it will be a wonderful idea to start with. And the good thing about these case reports and letter to editors, they are published fairly easily, and especially with the swarming of open access journals. I mean, you will find these case reports are being published, and that give you weightage to your CV, and plus they give an idea how you can just kickstart your research. So I have no conflict of interest except for I'm the student of this prestigious institute. If you go into the history, as Dr. Omrana has described about the clinical trials, the case reports are really fairly very old. Even the Hippocrates and the Papyrus have described this. Even so now, they become like the part of a medical literature, and they have some sort of what you call weightage or some new ideas. I would quote my example. I saw a case report when I was going through an article, and I found the same thing while I was doing one laparoscopic cholecystectomy, and I found that it has got a cholecystoduodenal fistula. And believe you me, I read it like 3 days earlier, and I just went on doing the things as if I have encountered this situation very often, and it was pretty easy for me to what you call deal that case. So published case reports provide essential information. They may provide you the optimal patient care, although they don't cover many person or not the randomized control trial, as they will just what you call affect the populations. But for individuals, you can have an idea what to do about this difficult situation you may come across, and you don't have any clue because the trials and the textbook would not be mentioning that. So this is an important scientific observation, mostly missed or undetected in clinical trials. Individual clinical insights, thus expanding our knowledge and standard lexicon of the medical literature now. For example, in 1981, there was a preliminary report, a communication on extensively disseminated Kaposi sarcoma in a young homosexual man. It was now known as HIV. I mean, it started as a case report and then became a disease. And then it just opened a plethora of research and research, I would say. In 1817, there's James Parkinson's, published an essay on the shaking palsy, and now we known as Parkinson's disease. So some of the disease has really evolved from a very small teeny-miny thing, a small case report, a small clinical findings, and that has really engrossed the medical literature and have become the part of our day-to-day practice. So it starts as, I remember when we used to go to the wards and all that, somebody will come and say, hey Ali, I've seen this patient and it's got a very interesting finding, go and see that. So I mean, it starts with the clinical examination, record keeping of all the proceeding is a must. Unusual findings are highlighted, and the rare findings are written down and published as the case reports or case series. As Osler has once said, always note and record the unusual, publish it. Place it on the permanent record as a short, concise note. Such communications are always of value. Early case reports or short communication, as we used to do in the wards and all that. Somebody said to me, go and see that patient, observe that finding, and then we used to do our clinical examination and used to confirm that. Now it has evolved into scholarly publication. There are so many journals who are just dedicated to only case reports, and some of the big journals, they don't accept case reports at all, on the other hand, because they don't take these, because the literature is quite, the other literature is quite sufficient for them. They disseminate the knowledge and awareness and guide physician in rare diseases and procedures, as I mentioned my example as well. So how to define it? A report of a single case of a disease, unexpected presentation, describe the finding, clinical course, and prognosis. And the review of other cases previously reported in the biochemical literature to put the reported case in context. Wikipedia describes it in medicine. A case report is a detailed report of a symptom, sign, diagnosis, treatment, and follow-up of individual patient. So these are the different how to define that. How to start? It always starts with the patient, with a question. What the patient has, what different patient has, which needs to be highlighted. So initial history and examination, always basic, vitals and examination, intervention, what we did for the patient actually, and what was the course in the hospital, whether the patient survived, improved, or on the otherwise. And then what is the follow-up? So usually they recommend that if the patient is has benefited from your intervention, then wait for 6 months and then reassess, follow up the patient. If the patient has improved at all, go and report it. What next? Discuss with the colleagues. This is a very essential. Have you ever seen this problem? Have you ever encountered? So if you have encountered, what was the treatment? What you did differently to improve the patient? So this is how it goes on. Gain the knowledge if someone has encountered this situation. As I mentioned, hit the keyboards. Google, PubMed, and Google Scholar. Search up to date and PubMed case database and read more and more. So reading is the key. As Prof. Said has also mentioned, this is our heritage, being Muslims. I think we should stick on it. So when to write a case report? Original interesting case reports should be written, contribute significantly to the medical knowledge. They unreported or unusual side effects or adverse interactions involving the medications. You see a lot of adverse drug reaction. I think most of the hospitals have this form that's what are the adverse drug reaction, and they should be reported to the pharmacy and all that, and the pharmacologist. And new association or variations. We see a lot of anomalies in anatomy, in surgery, in day-to-day practice. So, I mean, if we report it, then probably our incoming surgeons, incoming physicians would be knowing more about that and probably will solve the matter more easily rather than us, because we encountered it for the first time. So, presentations, diagnosis, and management of new and emerging diseases, unexpected association between diseases or symptoms, and the findings that shed new light on the possible pathogenesis of the disease or an adverse effect, as Prof. Said has mentioned, like gene therapy, the stem cells, and all that. I mean, it starts with a new idea and then it goes on. How do you classify this? A single case report, one case series, 2 case report, then case series is more than 2 cases, and then it can be diagnosis related or the management related. And clear and concise take-home messages and teaching points. I mean, these should be constitute our, what is the title page? So I will just go on the different, what you call, components of a case report and it has been published as a guideline as well. I'll show it in my last slide. It should be clear, short, and description of the case, list the full names, institutional addresses, and email addresses of all the authors. I'm sorry, this is not for the front lot, but I think my medical students and the new emerging graduates will benefit from this. Corresponding author is clearly identified. Avoid abbreviation in the title page. Any confusing and overly cute wording should be avoided. I mean, it should be it should be purely medical rather than philosophical, and accurately describe the case. After all, this may be all that someone would read. I think probably most of the people will not read at all if it's not my specialty. Abstract. So it's a condensed form of whole write-up. It's a summary. So whatever you describe in your abstract will be catching to the reader, and probably they will just go on and probably read the whole case. Should not exceed 300 words, 350 words. Abbreviations or references should not be used. The background. What is this case report is written about? Okay. What are the case presentation? How did the patient present it? What we did to him, and then what was the outcome? And then the conclusion. What is the reader should learn? What will be the impact? So, I mean, all of our researches should not be filling up our CVs to name it, but it should have an impact on the medical fraternity. Keywords. There are 3 to 10 keywords are there, and there is special MESH medical headings dictionary. It is important for indexing because most of the journals would use these keywords, and your name and your paper will be indexed in PubMed or some other research engines, and easy retrieval online. Don't use use same name in all the journals, in all the articles, so that if you click on that name, all the articles pertinent to that person will come into the screen. How to introduce? So the background of the case should be written: disorder, usual presentation and progression, explanation of the presentation if it is a new disease. I mean, nobody has seen that before, or if somebody has seen, then probably what was the previous finding. If adverse drug reaction is given, give the details of the drug's common use and any previously reported side effects, brief literature review, and sales pitch for the manuscript. How do you sell your manuscript? That is really important. And it should be concise and salient, attract the reader's attention to entice him or her to read. I mean, one should not write in a way that it just goes on and the reader is not interested to read it at all. How to present all details of the case, like how did the patient presented, what were the lab findings. Do mention all the abnormal findings. Don't go on the details of normal findings and this was normal and not. Unnecessary details should be curtailed, and describe all as if we do in the wards, like history, physical examination, then investigation, and then so on. And then the case series in details for all the patients. If the case series, if you're writing a case series, then it should be all presentation of all the patients, like 3 or 4, whatever. And subsection with the appropriate subheadings. This is the most integral part, because this is how the case is written, and this is how the patient, the reader will take the message. It should be chronological, as we all do in medical histories. There will be primary complaints, senile history, and significant family, occupational, and other social history. Any medication taken or allergies. Physical examination starts with the vital signs, patient pertinent investigation and results, and what was the outcome. Enough details for the reader to establish his own conclusion. Don't give them the clue that this was the sign and symptoms and this was the final diagnosis. But give them the clue so that they can use their own memory and logic. Discussion. So discussion is like whatever you have presented in your case, you have to discuss, and you have to have the international literature or the case report which are already published to compare your results with the other ones. This is really what you call research, literature searching, and you have to find out all the research if possible, or at least like 10 references in your discussion section, and compare your case with the others. What was unique to your case? So this is very important actually, because most of the journals would accept any of the everything, but if there is not uniqueness, then probably they will just discard it, because nothing has been added to the medical literature. So this is one of the feature which should be stressed. Conclusion. So main conclusions of the case report, what we can deduce from this case report which you have presented. Clear explanation of the importance and relevance. It is original case report of interest to particular clinical specialty, because now they are the journals which just publish the surgical case reports, medical case reports, rheumatology case report. So they are, I mean, the people will be like sub-specialized, but nevertheless, if it is a common interest topic, I think probably everyone would go and have a look on it. Advance our knowledge of a particular disease, etiology or drug mechanism, if possible, if appropriate, and clear take-home messages and teaching points. So everything has to like give a legacy to whoever is reading, that it has a message. There are some journals who will take the patient's perspective as well. This is the opportunity for the patient to their own perspective, was what originally made them to seek medical advice, because some of the diseases might have been prolonging for years and years, but what turned them to come to the hospital and seek medical advice, and describe their symptoms, whether the symptoms are better or worse. I mean, you can compare your results then and there, if the patient is really, I mean, if only the clinician is writing the report, and how tests and treatments affected them. How is the problem now? So this all can be deduced from patient's perspective. It should not include the identifying information. Medicine becoming more individualized, the voice of the patient becomes even more important. And to assist in clinical decision making and for medical education. Only some journals have this section, but in future more will adopt this strategy, because they will include the patient perspective and their ideas. So continuing in that, there will be list of abbreviations. Am I running? Okay, all right. So I'll go a bit fast. So abbreviation should be identified in the text at the first go. A list can be provided preceding the competing interest and author's contribution. Helpful for the people not belonging to that specialty, because some of the people will not be knowing what is lab cooling means or LC, CBD exploration, something like that. I mean, you have to have a clear idea about the abbreviation. Open access journals accessed by the non-medicals as well. So all the open access journals are accessed by the non-medical. They will help the abbreviations, and their acronym will help the other person to know what it is. Consent of the patient. It is documented, and it is an essential part of the case report publication, that one should have a clear consent of the patient written, and it should be given to the editors so that it can be, they have it, and then only you can publish this. For minors, obtain from parents or guardians, and consent should be amended accordingly, and peer review process does not start if consent is not taken. So the journal would not accept even for peer review of your case report if it is not consented by the patient. I'll just skip that. Competing interest. So one's interpretation of data or presentation information. So competing interest influenced by the personal or the financial relationship. Might be you're using some drug and that has caused one benefit to only one patient. So that should be elaborated. What are the ideas of other people in the organization? I disclose any financial or competing interest. It is a must for all the journals. I mean, must for every study, even I would say. Declare any competing interest should be listed in the last of the article. If none, mention conflict of interest. Author's contribution. So most of the people would be writing whole of it. Some will be part of it, and some would be the only head of the department. So some of the journals, the guidelines says the draft and manuscript should revise critically for important intellectual content and gives final approval of the version. So each author should have participated sufficiently, take responsibility of the appropriate portion of the content, acquisition of funding, collection of data, or general supervision of the research group alone does not justify authorship. Same goes true for the head of the department. I mean, he's just supporting you morally, but he's not contributing, so he should be included in acknowledgement rather than authors. Author information details should be given to the author qualification, current position they held, and relevant background, and use initials for the name. People might get in touch for suggestion information as well. Acknowledgement. Anyone contributing in conception, the design, but not fulfilling the author criteria should be acknowledged. Any technical help, like computer help, the audiovisual help or something, writing assistant, draft of the manuscript, and department chair who provided the only the general support should be acknowledged. I mean, it should not be an author. Source of funding for each author, provision of material for writing, and language editor, if contributed, should be acknowledged. I mean, we are not native English speakers, so some of the firms take your manuscript, edit them according to the English grammar and everything, and then the journal can accept them. References should be in chronological order. I think there is a Vancouver style for that, and it should be followed according to the journal preferences. Cover letter should be separate, document written and uploaded with the main manuscript, addressed to the chief editor. It should be formal and include all the author's contact information. State the title of the manuscript. I'll just go, okay. This is very important actually. It's just the repetition of C. So I will just read on. I'm sorry, this is a very busy slide. Is it clear, concise, and coherent? Does it convey the message? Have you used case database to look for any previously similar reported cases and included them, if appropriate, in your references? Have you conferred with your colleagues on the content? Will it cause the reader to be curious? Did you obtain the consent? Does it contain all of the necessary information? Does it comply with the journal guidelines? Do you think that it may need copy editing? Do your co-authors and concur with the completed paper? Can you cut anything unnecessary? Are your finding likely to be coincidence or by chance alone? Is this writing style consistent? There should be a central corresponding author who is in charge and oversees all the writing. Is that case report written in a chronological fashion with respect to the patient's history and chain of events? Is there anything that can be cut out and have it still contain the compulsory information? Is it concise? Have you conveyed curiosity of your case report within your cover letter to the editorial team? Remember, your cover letter is the sales pitch to the editorial team. Make it count. Have you used within the manuscript copyrighted information from any other source? If you do, you have to mention it, and if needed, permission should be taken. After completion, or wait a couple of days before final submission to clear your mind and read the manuscript again to catch any mistakes that you may have made while you were caught up in the completion of it. The references are contemporary. Can it be comprehended by the average reader, which is non-medical? Remember, all open access are freely available to anyone with the internet connection and a computer. Cast as wide a net as possible and capture your colleagues and other readers' curiosity. And first and foremost, as a clinician, was the care of your patient competent and compassionate? That is, are there any ethical concerns that might preclude peer review and publication? These are the SCARE guidelines which you can find on the website, and it is just a checklist. If you write any of the case report, just tick them, and once you complete, then you can just upload your case report to any journal with an impact factor. So in summary, it's a, Irfan, I will delete the letter of editor because it will be too much. Okay? In summary, it's a fun and lifelong hobby. Both the novice and experienced authors can do that. Integral and widely accepted within published medical literature. Follow the recommended steps and general overview. Obtain the help from native English speaker for your manuscript if needed. Adhere to the deadlines and follow instructions given by the editorial office. Revise as and when needed. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Ali. Yeah. Does anybody have any questions regarding this topic?
I'm Dr. Nazir Khan. I'm the editor of one of the journal of Genus in Medical University, and also our associate editor one of the other journal. One question, which is this problem right now, technical problem. In these days, we have to submit our articles through the website or something like this, journal's website. And there's a problem. Problem is that until unless the person has to put the ethical committee's approval, it doesn't go anymore. The case report, person starts. It doesn't come. So the person cannot get ethical permission before the study starts. Of course, RCD or other, you can get the ethical permission before start. But in case report, the things started. And some people don't take the ethical committee's approval until it's finished. So they cannot get, and the ethical committee cannot give the permission if it is retrospective. It is already done. They don't give. So what should be done?
Yeah, I think that's a very valid question. In some of the institutes, the case report does not fall into the ethical committee, what you call approval, and they don't go through the IRB and all that, MRC. So in my institute, like in Hamad in Qatar, the case reports are exempted, unless you have taken the consent of the patient. If you've taken the consent of the patient, then probably they have no objection in sending it or publishing it. But for other institute, if they have the policy, then probably they should adhere to.
My question is, sir, many journals, they do not enter it. You cannot enter your report.
No,
JPD, General Journal Association, you cannot enter it. Many journals do. You cannot submit the article until you have the ethical committee.
But I mean, what's the problem in getting the approval then?
My question is that when the person start case report, case started, they should right away apply to the ethical committee.
Yeah, absolutely.
To get the exempted paper.
Once you start thinking, I think you should apply for the the ethical approval.
Otherwise, you cannot submit it.
Yeah.
You can submit it.
Yeah. I think most of them are retrospective. As I mentioned in my talk as well, like forget for 6 months and then relook, and then you have to like be sure that probably this is the final result of the patient, which has given benefit to the patient and all that. I think in that case, ethical approval doesn't matter. And most of the institutes, they exempt case report and letters to editor from the ethical approval or the IRB approval.
You are right, sir. I am also in fact, I am also ethical committee's co-chairperson. The point is that the person start the case report, they should right away they apply, so that they can get it.
Okay, yeah.
I just want to add one point. This is most important, the role of the mentors. So whichever the field you are, there's a role of the mentor who can guide you, which is this is an article can easily publish. And there is a role of the mentor who can easily guide you, especially for the medical students, that your mentor can guide you. These are the journals. You can easily publish your case report. A case report is not a big thing. It's already easily published as well. So its only thing is about how keen you are, and what report you want. What is the exceptional thing is in your article or a case publication, and they can easily guide you. It's not a big thing. It's very, very easy to publish.
Yeah, for the medical student, I think it's to kick start. This is the best thing they can do. They don't have the case reports don't have statistical analysis. You don't have to go to anyone else, and you just go on, compare your case with the other published literature, and there you go. Actually, you can write within a month if you like.
Your journey or research journey is always start with the first step.
Yeah, and that is the first step, I guess.
First step. This is the first step. Once your first thing is already published, second step has become very easy. Very easy.
I totally agree. When I came to Pakistan, people were not aware of dengue in 2006, the first case. And I myself encountered Islamabad dengue, and, I got tested in ICH. And, they were just wondering whether it's typhoid or malaria, because these three things are similar. And so the people who put up case studies, or two case studies, are really at disadvantage. But remember, science is not meant to get clapping. At times we fail. The guy who got the Nobel Prize for the cancer, GI ulcer, for pylori, infectious agent, many drug companies didn't like him. Then he became the Professor Harvard. So, go ahead, write down. You may get hindrance from IRB when the IRB people are not themselves qualified enough to understand what you are writing. Go to the right IRB people. In Pakistan, that is a very serious point. The people don't have good clinicians or research people in IRB. I'm very sorry. I am hurt by this system, so I'm speaking against this system in Pakistan. They don't hire genuine people.
Thank you.
I would like to invite Professor Nazir to present the shield to Dr. Ali.
जनरल की एडिटर हूँ ना, तो मुझे वो बड़ी इस चीज़ बड़ी फंस जाती है मेरी।
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Maham Lodi, and I'm a final year MBBS student. I'm here to introduce you all to our next guest speaker, Dr. Samina Ismail. Dr. Samina Ismail is a professor at the Department of Anesthesiology and Intensive Care at Khan University Hospital, Karachi. Her main research interests are obstetric anesthesia, regional anesthesia, and pain management. She has also started the first obstetric anesthesia fellowship program in Pakistan at Khan University Hospital and is the founding director for it. Professor Dr. Samina Ismail is also a reviewer for multiple national and international research journals. I would like to request Professor Dr. Samina Ismail to talk about how to appraise a research article today.
Thank you so much for a very kind introduction.
And I would like to thank the organizing committee and especially Dr. Irfan for your kind invitation. I'm very honored and humbled to be here among the great investigators and researchers. The topic that has been given to me is how to appraise research articles. Now, what is the rationale of this topic? Why we want to appraise? Why we want to learn how to appraise? So the rationale of this is that, you know, in this world that we are living right now, especially in the academic medicine, there's many researches coming on almost every topic and in multiple journals. And the researchers who are sitting here would know that you will get a call for a research paper, 10 research paper every day. So there are a lot of, you know, invitations and a lot of research papers coming out. So the important thing is this, that why you need to appraise a research article. Because for clinician, it is important to able to differentiate between a good research and a bad research. So this is very important that you need to know. It will help not only a clinician to get the best evidence for your patient. Like if you want to, you're stuck in a dilemma, that what is the best evidence for this patient problem, right? Being a clinician. So you will search for a research article and then you need to know that the evidence that you are getting from this research article is true or not. And then secondly, if you are a researcher and if you are into a research track, knowing what a good research is would help you to conduct a good research. So these are the things that is required that you should learn to appraise a research article. So this is the rationale of this topic. So you must have seen this pyramid many times. So this is a pyramid of the best quality of evidence. I'm sure that you have seen this pyramid many times. So the best of the best quality of evidence you would find from systematic review or meta-analysis, which is actually a synthesis of randomized controlled trial or observational study, any research article, and then the results are combined and it would give you the evidence, the best evidence that are concluded from number of observational or randomized controlled trial. And then next is a randomized controlled trial. So these are on the top of the pyramid of quality of evidence. But you have to remember one thing, that if you are reading an RCT, maybe you are not getting the best quality of evidence from that RCT, because every RCT doesn't tell you that it's the best of the best evidence, okay? So you need to find that the RCT, which is supposedly on the top of the pyramid, is giving you the right or the good quality evidence or not. For that, you need to appraise that randomized controlled trial. So because of the time, I'm just going to limit my talk on how to appraise a randomized controlled trial, because there are means of appraising systematic review, observational study, and randomized controlled trial. So since everybody is interested in finding and you have a talk in the morning about randomized controlled trials, so I thought that it's better that you learn how to appraise randomized controlled trial. So what are the strategies for appraising a randomized controlled trial? You have to see three things. First of all, you have to see that whether this randomized controlled trial is valid or not. So you have to check it for its validity. Then you have to check it for its clinical importance. And then you have to check that whether it is applicable in your surrounding or not, whether it is applicable to you and to your patients or not. So what I'm going to do in next 15 minutes is this, that we'll talk about that how you can check the validity, the clinical importance, and the clinical applicability of randomized controlled trial. So first, let's talk about the validity of randomized controlled trial. You can do it by judging by asking 5 questions from any randomized controlled trial that you are reading. And these are the 5 points that you should know. We are going to discuss each one of them separately. So it's randomization, whether they are similar or not, blinding as adequate or not, whether the treatment groups were treated equally, whether the follow-up was complete, and were there any dropouts. So I'm going to talk about each one of them separately to give you a better understanding. First of all, the first question, when you are reading or when you are conducting any study, randomized control trial, you have to know that was the assignment of the patient randomized or not. So this is how you do randomization. So this is a, I'm sorry, this is lighted, top one, okay. I don't know. Okay, so this is a group of the patients, a population. Okay, so right now, if I want to do a study on this set of people who are sitting and listening to me, so you are my group of population, okay? So I want to divide you people into 2 groups. I want to randomize you either into the control group or if I want to do an intervention on any one of you. So my assignment to the control group and the intervention group should not be based on my desire. Maybe if I'm very enthusiastic about one intervention that I'm doing, so maybe I would take people who would suit my intervention to one group and the control group into another group. So each one of you as the patient population or the population for the study should have an equal chance either to go into the control group or to go into the intervention group. So this is very important in any randomized control trial, that all your participant or the patient should get an equal chance either to be selected into the treatment group or to the control group. So this is the first step that you need to see in a randomized control trial. And then how randomization is done. The best is the centralized computer randomization that is done in most of the multi-center trial, or you can use independent person, sealed envelopes. But the thing is that it should be concealed and everyone should get an equal chance to be equally selected either into the intervention group or the control group. And when reading a randomized control trial, where you are going to find this randomization? This randomization in the method section. You look into the method section and see that how the patients were allocated into group and whether or not randomization was concealed or not. It has to be concealed. So you read the method section in order to see. And if you are designing a study, you have to be sure that your randomization should be concealed. Then the second point to see the validity of randomized control trial is to see that were the groups similar at the start of the trial. So this would be your selection criteria. So why we need to do this? Because the difference between the treatment and the control group can only be due to the treatment or the intervention that you are doing, or it can be because of a chance. So if the groups are similar, only when the treatment and the control groups are the same in every respect, the experimenter can be certain that differences between the group at the end of the trial are due to the treatment and not because of the chance or because of the fact that the groups were dissimilar right from the beginning. So the groups should be similar in every aspect. So the RCT or the randomized control trial should clearly explain how it recruited the patient, how they selected the patient, and they should have a clear inclusion and exclusion criteria, which should be similar for both the intervention group and the control group. So, and where would you find this information of selection criteria? Method section will describe the way that the investigator recruited the patient, and they should mention the proper inclusion and the exclusion criteria. And then in the results section, mostly the first table that you will get will have the demographic of the patient, like age, weight, height, or whatever your variables are. So they should be similar between the intervention group and the control group. There should be no differences between your variables. This would be present as a first table of your result section. So just see that there are no differences between intervention and control group. So the third thing that you would see in an RCT is adequate blinding of treatment when possible. It is ideal if the study is double-blinded, that is, both the patient and the investigators are unaware of treatment allocation. If the outcome is objective, very objective, like if you are seeing the mortality in a group, between the two groups, then blinding becomes less important. But if your outcome is subjective, like if you're seeing the pain symptoms or you're seeing other, subjective, like symptoms or function that can be variable, then blinding becomes very, very important. So who should be blind? The investigator should be blind, the observer should be blind, and the patient should be blind. Investigators should be blinded, because if the investigators believe in the effectiveness of the treatment, like if I'm very, pro for my treatment, so I want the result to be, very good in that way. So the investigator's bias would come if the investigator is not blinded. So this is very important that investigators are blinded, then observer. Whoever is making the observation, the pain symptoms or the blood pressure or any other outcomes that you are looking for, the observer needs to be blinded. They should not know that which group, the intervention group or the control group, they are observing. And then thirdly, the participants should be blinded too, because participants most of the time report improvement because they think that this is what the investigators wants to hear. Especially if you're a doctor, you have a different type of a relationship with a patient. So this is called Hawthorne effect. That the participants, if they know that they're in the treatment group and the control group, they might relate the symptoms accordingly, according to your wishes. So this is very important. So in order to exclude any biases, the blinding is a very important factor for any randomized controlled trial. Okay, the fourth. Aside from the allocated treatment, were groups treated equally? You need to see that in a randomized controlled trial. So apart from the intervention, that is whatever intervention you are doing, apart from that, their follow-up, the other treatment, the medicine that they are getting, the way they are being treated should exactly be similar between the control group and the treatment group. Otherwise, the differences would appear because of the differences in the treatment and not because of your intervention. Now, the fifth point to check the validity is follow-up of the patient sufficiently long and complete. So the patients, whatever your study is, the patient needs to be follow-up completely. Now, during the course of your study, there could be dropped out or crossover between the two groups. So the investigator need to mention that how many patients are they cross over from one group to another, were they lost to follow-up, were there any dropouts? It is important that few participants discontinue participation. This is called dropout during the course of the trial. Dropout can seriously distort the study finding, but you cannot help it. You will have dropouts, but make sure a rule of thumb is that if more than 15% of your participant drop out, then the study is potentially and seriously flawed. So it's important that the investigator in a randomized controlled trial mention in their result that this many patients had a dropout and what was their cutoff criteria for having a dropout. It should not be more than 15%. So we have talked about the 5 points to check the validity of the randomized controlled trial. Now we have to see in a randomized controlled trial the clinical importance. Now, how do you see the clinical importance of randomized controlled trial? By seeing the magnitude of your intervention or the treatment effect, and then how precise are your results. Now, the magnitude and the precision would tell you the clinical importance of a randomized controlled trial. So let's talk about the magnitude of the effect. How magnitude is measured or how magnitude is assessed. It is assessed by calculating the risk of your intervention. It is done by calculating absolute risk reduction, relative risk, and relative risk reduction. Now, I'm going to talk about each one of them. Now, what is the absolute risk reduction? Now, this is going to tell you the magnitude of your intervention effect. It is simply done, suppose I'm looking for the mortality between the control group and the intervention group, that whatever intervention I'm doing. And I'm seeing that what was the mortality in the control group and the intervention group. So in order to find the absolute risk reduction, I will just subtract the control event rate from experimental event rate. Suppose my event was mortality, and in the control group it was 20%, and in my intervention group it was 15%. Just subtracting your outcome, that in this case my example is mortality, you will see that 5%. So absolute risk reduction by your intervention to see the outcome of mortality was 5%. This is one example that I'm giving you. Then what is the relative risk? Relative risk is the ratio between your experimental event rate and control event rate. Now, in this example that I have given you, it is coming out as 0.75. Okay, so if your relative risk is 1, this means that there's no difference in the outcome between your control group and your experimental group. So the study is not really worth doing, or it's not really worth you trying to duplicate that study, because your intervention is not doing any effect. Now, if your RR or relative risk is less, and suppose your outcome is mortality, so this means that your intervention is giving benefit of reducing the outcome. In this case, you are seeing mortality, so it is good. And suppose if your RR is more than 1, it would mean that your intervention that you are doing is doing a harmful effect, as you are seeing a mortality in this patient. So your intervention is causing more mortality as compared to the controlled group. So this is the way you will see the magnitude of a randomized controlled trial. So whatever outcome you are seeing. So in this example, I've given the outcome of checking the mortality. It could be any outcome that you are looking for. Now, relative risk reduction. Relative risk reduction is done by doing this formula. You can see the either formula, I've given the two formula, and by putting the values in it, in the example that I've given, it is relative risk reduction is coming as 25%. So your intervention is doing a risk reduction of 25%. It's decreasing the mortality by 25%. So this is the way you calculate the relative risk reduction. So this is the way you can see the magnitude of the intervention or the treatment of a randomized controlled trial by putting these formulas and checking. Now, we have talked about the magnitude. Let's talk about the precision, that how precise the results were. How precision is done? It is done by checking the p-value and by calculating the confidence interval. Now, this would already be given in the randomized controlled trial. P-value is actually hypothesis testing. Any randomized controlled trial have a hypothesis. So the computer is going to calculate the p-value. So use of statistical tests to examine the null hypothesis. And most of the time, the investigators set the p-value of less than 0.05. So if the difference between the intervention and the control, whatever outcome you are measuring, is less than 0.05, so it means that your results are statistically significant. If it is not less than 0.05, then the differences between the intervention and the control is not. So this is one way of calculating the precision of the result. And the other thing is confidence interval. Now, I'm not going to go into the detail of confidence interval. This is a whole separate lecture. But just imagine that what is confidence interval? It estimates the range of value that is likely to include the true value. So just see in any randomized control trial, see the width of the confidence interval. Now, wider the confidence interval, your values are scattered. It is away from the truth. Okay, so wider the confidence interval, the lesser the results are precise. Okay, so narrow the confidence interval, the more precise the results are. Okay, now this is a whole, but just understand this. In any RCT you are seeing, just check that what is the confidence interval. It's narrow or it's longer. Now, the third thing that you are going to check in a randomized control trial is how applicable this randomized control trial is to your patient. So how this applicability is checked? Can the results be applied to my patient? Like the population of this randomized control trial is similar to your population. Your resources are similar to this. You can use that drug. You can use any intervention that this randomized control trial is seeing. Yes, then it is applicable to your patients. Then are the results likely benefits worth the potential harm and cost? Whenever you are doing a randomized control trial, you are putting a lot of effort, you are putting a lot of money, you are exposing the patient to your treatment. So is it worth it or not? How you calculate the worth of your RCT? By number needed to treat. This is the way you do it. It's calculated by the formula of 1 upon absolute risk reduction. And in the example that I have given you, it is coming 20. Okay, you calculate the absolute risk reduction and then divide 1 by your absolute risk reduction and you will get number needed to treat. So you will have to expose 20 patients to prevent your outcome, which is in this case is mortality in 1 patient. So you are exposing your intervention to 20 patients in order to prevent outcome in 1 patient. So ideally, if your number needed to treat is more, suppose it's 100, so you have to expose 100 patients in order to prevent outcome in 1. So higher the NNT, higher the number needed to treat, the less feasible your randomized control trial. But if your outcome is something very grave like mortality, then even higher number needed to treat is acceptable. Okay, so number needed to treat this many patients you are exposing to your intervention. So the summary of the whatever I've said, I've just summarized it. Whenever you are appraising, whenever you are reading an RCT or whenever you are trying to conduct an RCT, you have to check for validity, clinical importance, and how applicable it is. Validity, as I've told you, can be checked by checking the randomization, the similarity of the control and the experimental group, by checking whether it is done blindly, it is double blind, or it's single blind, or whatever. Apart from the experimental intervention, groups should be treated in the same way. If they're treated differently, then your results are not because of your experiment, because you have treated them differently. And dropout should not be more than 15%. Dropout or crossover should not be more than 15%, and it should be mentioned. If it's not mentioned, then the investigators are trying to hide something. Then clinical importance. How clinical importance is measured? By magnitude, which we have shown by different formulas. Actually, it's showing you the risk reduction or the outcome. And then the precision of the results are measured by your p-value and the confidence interval. And then how applicable it is to your patient, you have to check that whether it can be applied to your patient or not, or what is the NNT, whether it's worth exposing the patient or worth spending money or your time to the study or not. So this is the summary of how to appraise a randomized control trial. So evidence-based medicine, whenever you want to find evidence for your any question that is arising in your mind, or if you are looking for an answer for your clinical treatment of your patient, you have to use an evidence. So use of evidence-based medicine helps in making the right decision for the patient for finding the best evidence. And how you find the best evidence? You put your search into a number of search engines and you would get a number of research articles. Now, getting the research article is not enough. In order to find the best evidence, you have to appraise those articles and see that whether the research is good or bad. So you have to learn how to appraise your article by seeing its validity, by seeing its clinical importance, and by seeing that whether it is applicable to your patient or not. Thank you very much. I'm ready to answer any question. Yeah, please. 15% of your total sample size. The dropout should be, the cutoff dropout should be 15% of your total sample size.
Times is 6 years. So how you justify that? And we can put in limitation that the falling was more because of cultural and religious reasons, like in Pakistan. It is very hard to retain the sample size. How do you say that?
But the thing is this, that you have to mention. When you have to mention in your results that you did this randomized control trial and because of whatever reason you had dropout or you had crossover, you have lost to follow-up. Ideally, the results would be flawed if your dropout is more than 15%. But if you can give a justification that this was the reason, so it would be fine. Any question more? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Samina. I would now like to invite Dr. Irfan Suleiman to present a shield to her.
Of medicine is hurf-e akhir. But all of that is driven by the monetary benefits. And yeah, exactly. So where are we standing on inviting all these students and our fellow people here to force into this thing? Now, let me just, is absence of evidence is evidence of absence, Dr. Razak, you think? And also, very recently, New England Journal of Medicine has published, I'm a cardiac surgeon, heart and lung transplant as well. Work in the NICBD, I've been in UK for 20 years. So what they have said now, in Excel trial, you all know about Excel, they're comparing stents versus cabbage, right, in left main stem disease. So if Professor Saeed is here, he might like to answer this question as well. So the whole evidence has been twisted. The definitions were changed of myocardial infarction, of peri-procedure myocardial infarction. Definition has been altered and has been driven by big industry, corporate world, and so forth. So, I mean, where are we?
But you can't discourage people, but you know, yeah, but
I mean,
but you're right. It's driven by pharmaceutical, you can twist the result. Yeah, appraisal. Yeah. But you know, this is the way, the best you can see how to, you know how, what you are reading. Because you know, my students come to me and say that, Madam, us article mein ye likha hua hai. So you cannot blindly believe. At least you are right. There are a lot of, you can manipulate any study. But the thing is this, that being a researcher, most of the people who are, you have to do an honest research, honest research. But you are right, nobody can
make a person ethical. It's just in you. So you have to do an ethics.
Believe me, the randomized controlled trial is some heavenly word that comes from above. You have to believe in that. Not all randomized controlled. What about the areas where randomized controlled trial is not possible or is counterproductive?
I think good observational studies are very good.
We can take the remaining question at the lunch. Thank you. I would request our Vice Chancellor, Professor S.M. Tariq Rafi, to please come on stage for some mementos. I would also request Dr. Irfan Suleiman, please come on stage. I would request Dr. Irfan Suleiman to give a memento to Professor S.M. Tariq Rafi. As a Patron-in-Chief of International Research Conference, thank you, sir, for your cooperation and support throughout the conference. Now, I would request Professor S.M. Tariq Rafi to give a shield to Patron Professor Lubna Beg, ma'am. जी हैं. ये लाइट बंद कर दें ताकि तस्वीरें अच्छी आ जाए. ये लाइट बंद कर दें ताकि तस्वीर सही आ जाए. आप बेटा अगली दे दो. Thank you, ma'am. Now I would request Professor Nazir to come on stage. Professor Nazir is the chairperson of this conference. I would request Professor Mukarram to please come on stage. Professor Mukarram is the man behind all these efforts. He is the co-chairperson of this conference. Sir, मेरा नाम अनाउंस कर दो. Now I would request Professor S.M. Tariq Rafi to give a memento to our another co-chairperson, Dr. Irfan Suleiman. He is the man behind all this collaboration. Thank you very much, Dr. Irfan Suleiman, for your collaboration and for arranging such a successful conference. Thank you.
Now the lady behind this program, Dr. Rahat Naz. She did fantastic job, all from A to Z. Really, Dr. Rahat, really, secretary of the conference, secretary of the conference.
Now there are a few more to go. The best second poster, I would request Hamza Suhail for second best poster, second poster, for the award of second poster and for his oral presentation. Hamza Suhail and his team. If his team is here, please come on stage. I want the whole team. Jaldi se aa jao bachcho. Pure bachche aa jaye. We'll have a picture of you. aa jao, jaldi se aa jao. अच्छा आप भी आ जाओ. थैंक यू हमजा, बहुत अच्छी काविश थी तुम्हारी, बहुत अच्छा. चले जाओ तुम भी सर. ये हमारी थैंक यू हमजा, बहुत अच्छी काविश थी. थैंक यू वेरी मच एंड द होल टीम. आयशा असगर और उनकी पूरी टीम प्लीज कम ऑन स्टेज. सर तीसरा अवार्ड मिला है इन्हें. Aisha Asghar and her team. इनका टॉपिक था इफेक्ट्स ऑफ कैफिनेटेड बेवरेजेस कंजम्पशन ऑन स्लीप हैबिट्स एंड लाइफस्टाइल. चलो, थैंक यू वेरी मच. And for the fourth poster, I would request Sabah Asghar and her team. Sabah Asghar, उनकी team please आ जाएं stage पे. ये fourth prize मिला है इन्हें. And for the fifth, I would request Sapna Bachani. Sapna and her team. Sapna, are you here? Sapna नहीं है? Thank you. मोइस को मिला है. मोइस, are you here? मोइस की टीम यहाँ है. The next are Javeria and her team. Javeria, impact of social life on personality and self-management skills of medical students of Karachi. Javeria और उनकी टीम आ जाएं. जवेरिया की जगह उनकी सुपरवाइजर ले रही हैं. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. सब हो गया ना? I will continue with our session. Who was the moderator? Please come on stage.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rahat Naz. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. I am Aaron Robinson from 4th year MBBS, JSMU Medical University. I would like to take this moment to thank the alumni to let the students moderate the sessions rather than giving it to the faculty, as it is a great occasion and a great opportunity for all of us. Without further ado, I would like to invite our next speaker. Our next speaker is Professor Raza ur Rahman, who will be presenting on the topic, Challenges in Continuing Community-Based Research in Pakistan. Dr. Raza is an SMCN from the batch of 1986. He has received a meritorious professor and chairman of psychiatry at Dow University. Professor Raza has also been awarded the Best University Teacher that was awarded by the Higher Education Commission. Currently, he is Chairman Academics and Research at Karwan-e-Hayat Institute for Mental Health. He is also a member of Sindh Mental Health Authority and Executive Committee of Pakistan Psychiatric Society, and a lot of things that are to his resume. With a big round of applause, please welcome Dr. Raza ur Rahman.
Thank you, Robinson, for a nice introduction. And I'm thankful to the organizers for inviting me and giving me a chance to interact. And it is really an honor to speak from the podium from where we used to listen from our teachers. And a lot of changes I have seen in SMC, but not only in SMC, I have seen the changes in the students of SMC. My class fellows are sitting on right side, and these are the fellows.
पॉइंट 3:30 बजे चलेंगे, तो आप लोग आराम से बैठे.
अभी तो सिर्फ मुस्कुराए हैं. जब मेरी कोलीग होते थे तो एक नारा लग जाता था इसके अंदर. और अक्सर जब मैं कभी स्टेज पे भी आता था, तज़ीन यहाँ पे नहीं है, वरना वो बहुत नारे. But there are a lot of changes, and it's really honor to speak from this podium. The topic that I have selected is basically conducting, what are the challenges in conducting in community-based, because since morning we are hearing about the different type of research, but the main challenge is the community-based research, how to do it, and this I'm sharing on my experience of conducting a national psychiatric morbidity survey that basically I'm leading in the Pakistan. And on the basis of that, I'll try to give you a simplified way how to do that randomized thing, which is simple. But before going to that, I would like to share with you that what is the key issue of the Pakistan. And the key issue of the Pakistan is basically an economic issue. If you just own your TV, you have a lot of news about this key issue. And what is the importance in this key issue? There is a huge gap between the reality and the dream that we have. Huge gap where dream is this and reality is this. And what is the thing that can fill this gap? Because we are the health professionals. So looking at the health professionals, the main thing that can fill that gap is basically burden of the disease. Why? Because according to American Medical Association, the economy of a country is directly related to the burden of the disease. So main thing that is the most important is the burden of the disease. So looking at that, I decided that because to do some survey, because this is very important, I'm in psychiatry. And I was hearing that talking about the randomized control trials, the review articles, and journals, the big journals that have published. I will just share with you one small example that about the psychiatric morbidity, anxiety and depression in Pakistan. There is a review article published in British Journal of Psychiatry that fulfill all the criteria. According to that, the anxiety and depression in Pakistan is 33%, while all over the world it is 5 to 7%. So what does that mean? That means it's 5 to 6 times more psychiatric morbidity. But there are a lot of flaws in those studies that have been reviewed. So we need a data. We need a data in a community that can reflect the better picture to us. So the community-based local data is very important for the stakeholders and to form a policy and future guidelines for that. There are two ways through which we can collect this data. One is a hospital-based, which is a convenient way of doing some study. And second is a community-based studies, which is basically a challenging, and today's topic is that challenging thing that I'm going to discuss in a moment. What is the issue with the hospital-based study? Because in a hospital, the severe cases are coming, while the mild cases, which are more prevalent in any society, they are not visiting the hospital. So all the studies which are being conducted in hospital are not going to reflect the true burden of that disease in community. So we need a community-based study. And this community-based study, basically, the research provide a real and ground data through capturing an otherwise unreachable population. In it, more pertinent sample is associated to draw conclusion, and it provides a wide range of more detailed information in the community. The anonymity of an individual makes that to be more true, because he will remain anonymous. The team is going to him, and that is going to give the real data. What to do? And to plan any study, you need, if it's you, someone, the purpose is just to motivate students to think of these studies. But before conducting any study, what you need to do is that one must have that issue to be searched. He must have a background knowledge of issues to be served. The survey area in which that is, he must have the knowledge of that. And the population in the survey area and the details maps of the area and defined boundaries, and most recent census population this must have. So I can share with you that this is the first thing that you need, that is the issues to be searched. But all of you are addressed. There is an organization in Pakistan which can address all of these areas, and that is basically Pakistan Bureau of Statistics, which can provide you the maps, which can provide you all the relevant data which you need for an population survey. And there basically is based on the national census, Pakistan Bureau of Statistics provides the facts for the population distribution geography that include maps for the community-based survey. Because they have conducted a census, so they have up-to-date data, and that I'm going to share that what things you can get from that. There is a parameter for the randomized sampling, and this parameter includes that for true representation that need the population size, the frequency and outcome of the interest that you want to search, the desired level of confidence that you want, how much confidence interval you want, and available resources. Based on that, this is the way that how they calculated the sample, including all these parameters, and they give us the sample of the Pakistan to our study. But for randomization, the proper because this is the most important thing, that data is true representative. So for randomization, multi-stage clustering sampling technique is being used. This is a very simple technique. And how that is going to do, in first stage, basically the Pakistan Bureau of Statistics have divided the whole of the Pakistani population in blocks. And those blocks are known as enumeration block. The Karachi population have been divided into 1,020 blocks. So these are the blocks, basically they have the maps of those blocks. When you contact the Pakistan Bureau of Statistics, they randomly pick those blocks and give you a sample. These are the blocks, basically, for example, these are the blocks they are going to give you. So in first stage, the Pakistan Bureau of Statistics pick up the random blocks. Now in second stage, you go to that block. For example, according to our sample, we decided to take 20 people from one block. Each block basically consists of 200 to 300 households. So if I want 20 households from that block and there are 200 households, so I will go to randomly, every 10th house. But if my samples, that block have 250 people, then I will go to every 12th house. And if the sample is, that block have the 300, then every 15th house. So this is another way, second stage sampling, in which we go to randomly to that block, to that household. This is basically the maps that Bureau of Statistics is going to provide. This is the Google Maps, and these are the blocks. They outline them. Different blocks, if you look at these pictures, this is another block. This is another block. So on these blocks, we design that these are the different houses that we have to go, and before going to that area, we plan to go to those houses. Now, in third stage, the third stage of sampling, whom to have we selected from that household. So we have to select one. So initially, when I designed that study, I decided to go that I select that individual whose date of birth is nearest to the date of survey. But I got a lot of critique from the international reviewers, and they say, no, use that Kish method. This Kish method is a randomized way of selecting people, and this is the Kish method. For example, before going to that household, I used to guide my researcher, you apply table D. And if there are 5 people in that house, table D is applied, then whom to be interviewed is number 4. But if I have told them to apply table A, then the number 1. So this is a random way. I'm not going into technical detail of that, through which randomly. So you see, randomly blocks are selected, randomly houses are selected, and randomly the individual is selected. What is a household? This is another interesting definition, that what is a household? Household means the number of kitchens that house have. If there are 2 families are living, they have separate kitchen, although house is one, but the 2 families or 3 families having separate kitchen, it means the 3 household. So household means that the kitchens that have, and they may be, people, if they are using single kitchen and they are not related to each other, we count that as one household. So, and those who basically have NIC address of that particular area but not living in that area, living somewhere else, he will not be included in that household. He will be counted in that area where he is be living. And domestic servants who are living in that house and using that from that kitchen, so that servant is also part of that survey and included at that place. According to the Pakistan demographic statistic, the average household in Pakistan is 6.6. Timeline is very important because the time frame for conducting household survey is highly variable. It is very difficult to manage. I have started working on this in 2014 and it is in 2019. Now we have started going into the field. So we cannot control. It is the most difficult thing to control the timeline in household surveys. It depends on difficulty of population data. Why difficulty? Why this time is being taken? The maps you get from the Bureau of Statistics, the human resources you arrange, and similarly, the time of complete, while you are doing the field work, you need size and expertise of the survey team, complete the survey questionnaire, and all these are the things which are going to create a lot of problem while you are going in a field. The budget is very important. You have to pay because without payment you cannot survey that. So you have to, and that payment to the researcher should be according to the market. That payment can be made on daily basis or on questionnaire basis. So what we have adopted that we are going to pay them on questionnaire basis. If they are going to fill one questionnaire, it means we are going to pay them 500 rupees. So number of questionnaires, so that motivate them to remain in that field. And not only that, the transportation, because you need to carry this team to different areas. For example, now next week we are going in a Sajawal and Thatta. You need to transfer those, so you need a lot of funds for that, and you have to design all those things in your budget. And stationery, there are a lot of printing, the things, and besides stationery, we need to connect all the team members with each other, so provide them the credits for their mobile phones, so they are not hesitant to connect with each other, so cohesiveness remain in the team. This is a very important that budget that we have to keep for that data analysis, and data should be paid on daily or per questionnaire basis. If you are going to do a survey on a paper, you need people who are going to transfer that papers into the data sheet. But we find another solution, and for that you have to, two people should separately enter the data, then they compare, so no disparity should occur in that. But before that, you need an approval from the ethical committee. So we got an approval, but this is from Dow University. Dr. Nazir have signed that, but you need a national, because you are going to do the national thing. That is an organization. There is authority which is going to review your proposals and going to give you permission. That is the National Biotech Committee. You need to take permission from that. We started that in 2014. That's why initially I told that in 2013, Dr. Nazir was in Dow University, so that's why his signature is there. And that informed consent is very important, and no information would be taken from without that consent, and that is a part of that. And according to the proportion of the sample size, field team of the qualified member will be formed. This is a psychiatric survey, so I have selected the psychologist for that survey. But you can select according to your specialty, and those people need to be trained. And because if they are not going to be trained, the proper data would not be taken from them. The data collection in community is very important because tools used for the collection of the data include series of the questions, observation checklist, and record discussion. And I was sharing that with my colleagues that we have the questionnaire that is 45 pages questionnaire. So you need an expert. You need a time for that. In absence of subject expert, because in Pakistan, there is a lot, I have told you that 33% of the population has anxiety, depression. And there are only, because in Pakistan Psychiatric Society collect the data, there are only 500 psychiatrics to serve this population of 220 million people. So they are not enough, they cannot do that survey. So what we can do that, we basically use those tools which are known as layman tools. These are the standardized tools, even used in a developed country. There is an abundance of these experts, and these tools basically can be administered by the lay interviewers, which are graduates who can read, but don't need to be the experts of the specialty, as they precisely guide the form and direction of the inquiry. And the precise guidance will eliminate the need of a clinical judgment by an expert. So this is the way how can you overcome the deficiency of expert in your specialty if you are going to conduct. This is another challenge that you need to translate, because these tools which are available are in different languages. So first of all, you need to translate that we have been translated that questionnaire in Urdu, and researchers should be selected from the same community who should be sensitive to the cultural values and the standards. This is very mandatory. We cannot send the people from the Karachi into the remote areas, in the rural areas. We have to select people from that area, train them, and do that if you want to get a true data. This is another thing, because this is an extensive exercise. You are going to use 45 pages questionnaire. The first thing the people see 45 pages, no, I cannot do that. Nobody is going to. So what we do, that we develop and use the electronic this technology, and we use that application, and now the people are going in a field with those applications, and they are just ticking, and there is a skipping method. If the two questions are negative, all the questions are going to be skipped. So people are not, afraid of that big questionnaire. And second thing, the data they are going to get is directly transferred to the database. You don't need data to enter. And that data management is very important in a center pool where the data is going to, because each day we are going in a field. At the end of the day, the research assistants who complete those interviews, they have to upload their data. We have Wingles with us, internet is with there, and at the same time, they are going to upload that and that reach in the database. And there we have people who are going to clean those data. So if some data is missing, they immediately contact that interviewer and ask them that what you have written. So interviewer get an feedback. They are being closely being observed. And this is being done on daily basis. Each site, every effort should be made to obtain complete trustworthy information. In complete duplicate responses should be dealt properly. Information would be retrieved through the cellular communication. They have the communication. We have provided them the balance to their mobile phones, so they can contact the people in the database. They can contact those people and complete that data. Safety is very important. This is a law and order situation in a community, so you need that the area is safe for sending the interviewers. Is the region politically stable? What are the expected acceptability of the survey in the population? And are the public service announcement or meeting? For example, last week we are going in a frontier colony, Benares. So the people, because bureau people were, because they used to go with us to identify that area. So they said, oh, no, that is a disturbed area, we cannot move. So what we did, that we contacted the family physicians in that area, go to them and ask them to help us, and they were with us in that community, and that we have completed successfully. But these things we need to done, because this is the main issue in Pakistan. There are certain areas in Jafarabad and Dadu district. I asked the colleague over there that these are the area that we have to conduct. So he raised a hand, no, because we can guarantee, you can go in the area, but I cannot guarantee whether you will come back or not. So we need. So these are the issue. These are very pertinent, very important in our community. This is the most important thing, refusals. So we need to address that. And refusal is very common in such data. As people say, okay, we don't allow to take this information. So additional 20% households should be added to compensate for refusal in an initial database. So we have already added 20%. And refusals, what is my observation? The refusal is more common in posh areas as compared to the slum areas. We went in an area, in a Federal B area, out of 20 households, believe me, only one interview we got, 19 refusal. Immediately after that, we go to FC area, that is a slum area, bit federal government ke lower, and there we get 19 interview out of 20. So this is a very important that we need to understand. जो बड़े घर हैं वहाँ पे तो वो servant आ जाता है और वो आके कहता है कि नहीं घर में कोई नहीं है, कोई आता ही नहीं जिसको आप थोड़ा सा convince कर सकें या थोड़ा सा उस पे आमादा कर सकें. This is another important thing that I want you people to understand if you are interested my purpose is just to motivate people to do this research. The proxy responses, the participants who are unable to comprehend the questions and are hesitant, especially the rural female, will affect the study with non-response bias that will interfere with the external validity of the finding. अगर आप उनसे वो कहीं शाये हैं या वो आपकी बात समझ नहीं रहे तो आपका data biased हो जाएगा. And we want to address that. So for that what we have done, proxy responses. To decrease this effect of non-responsiveness, identify an informant who with the mutual consent of the participant will give the information as in proxy. And those information are completed, so we try to address that in this way. The data storage, as usual, should be kept at a proper place, and these are the things which we need to take care of. And the data analysis, I'm not going into detail, a lot of things we can talk about that, but I try to make it a presentation as simple, as short as possible. So this is just to motivate you, and thank you very much.
And for the token of appreciation, I would like to invite Professor Tayyib Asim, Consultant Orthopedic Surgeon from Advanced Orthopedic and Reconstructive Clinic. Sir, please present Dr. Raza with the token of appreciation.
Any questions? Assalamu alaikum everyone. My name is Filza Fatma Khan and I am a second year student of BDS at Jinnah Sindh Medical University. I am honored to introduce quite a prominent SMCN, Dr. Babar Saeed Khan. Sorry Dr. Babar for making you wait that long, but before I call you up on stage, may I give a brief introduction about you? Dr. Babar was previously working as CEO and principal investigator at Longwood Research in USA and is currently working as CEO at the Diabetes Center, Islamabad, Pakistan. He is a fellow of Academy of Physicians in Clinical Research USA and enjoys certification by Academy of Clinical Research Professionals USA. He is a consultant for WHO and European Union in health projects and is representing Pakistan in Non-Communicable Diseases Alliance. Dr. Babar is here today to talk about the art and science of contemporary research. I would like to request him to please come on stage.
Folks, salam. I'm sure you guys are braving this thick talk since yesterday. You guys had lots of workshops, and today lots of big jargons, difficult terms, difficult situations. Design, सब थक गए इस चीज़ से. मैं खुद अभी सोने लगा था because ये research में आपको इतना लंबा sustained attention रखना is not easy. Compliment and thanks to the organizers, of course. Irfan ने ये हुक्म किया, I would say, and मुकरम हमारे बड़े अच्छे अजीज दोस्त उन्होंने हुक्म किया कि जी आप भी कुछ पे आके अपना ख्याल करें. तो I thought कि all the speakers which have been talking before me, probably मुझसे ज़्यादा समझदार लोग हैं, लेकिन इन सब ने आपको बेसिकली किया ये कि रिसर्च के रिवर में डाइव्स लगवाई हैं और आप कभी बाहर आते रहें कभी अंदर जाते रहें. लेट्स डू वन थिंग, लेट्स गेट आउट ऑफ दैट रिवर एंड हैव अ कर्सरी ग्लांस फ्रॉम द आउटसाइड ऑफ द रिसर्च पैराडाइम. थोड़ा सा बाहर निकल के देखते हैं कि चीज़ें हैं क्या, राइट? तो अब चूंकि आखिरी प्रेजेंटेशन है और चीज़ों को कंक्लूड भी करना है, तो आई थॉट के दैट वुड बी अ बेटर आइडिया. What is this? हमारे सामने दो पिक्चर्स हैं. एक पिक्चर वो है जिसमें कुछ एनिमल्स हैं जो देख रहे हैं एक एनिमल को जिसने एक ब्लंडर कर दिया हुआ है. उस एनिमल को नहीं मालूम कि मैंने कैसे इस ब्लंडर से बाहर निकलना है, लेकिन बाकी भी उसको कुछ नहीं करने की हेल्प कर रहे हैं. और एक दूसरा बर्ड है जो सोच रहा है, जो सोच ये रहा है कि हाउ फुलिश these people are. I mean, इनको इतनी समझ नहीं है कि चीज़ कर सकें कि कैसे इस चीज़ से बाहर निकलना है. मुझको जब ये प्रेजेंटेशन पे टाइम लेट हुए तो इरफान ने कहा कि भाई बाबर ऐसा करें कि अगर ये 30 मिनट से समहाउ 20 मिनट्स हो जाए, तो मैंने बहुत सारी स्लाइड्स अपनी से उम्मीद भी की. लेकिन अगर मैं एक क्वेश्चन आप लोगों से करूं कि इस दो पिक्चर्स का डिफरेंस, वो लोग जिनको समझ में आ गया वो लोग हाथ रेज करेंगे प्लीज. वाह, अच्छा एक और ऑल्टरनेट देखते हैं. और वो लोग जिनको समझ नहीं आया वो लोग हाथ रेस करेंगे. There's a lot of room for improvement now. That means कि ये presentation अब valid हो गई भी है. अब I can spend some time here. Anyway, थोड़ी सी attention बहरहाल चाहिए होती है, तो ऐसी दो चार चीज़ें रखनी होती हैं. सईद ने बहुत अच्छी बातें की, मैं उन बातों को रिपीट नहीं करूँगा, लेकिन हमारा जो क्रिएटर है, जिसने हमको बनाया है, हमारा जो खालिक है, उसने बहुत जगह ये बात कही है कि अफला यतफक्करून, अफला यतदब्बरून, ताखिलून, यानी आप क्यों नहीं अकल समझ पड़ते. तो वो चीज़ इंपॉर्टेंट है, हम सब में रहनी चाहिए. जो मेरी प्रेजेंटेशन का एजेंडा है, दैट विल रिवॉल्व अराउंड दिस बर्ड आई व्यू विच आई जस्ट शेयर्ड विद यू. कुछ रिसर्च की रेसिपी पे हम बात करेंगे कि हैं क्या चीज़ें और कैसे होती हैं. कुछ डेफिनेशंस वो मैं स्किप करूंगा क्योंकि अब डेफिनेशंस का टाइम रह नहीं गया हुआ, और कुछ प्रोसेस एंड बाकी अदर थिंग्स. देखिए, अगर एक सिनेरियो में आपके सामने रखूं कि आप इस वक्त 2030 में हैं और 2030 में आपको एज अ कंसल्टेंट किसी एक लीगल फ्रेटर्निटी ने कॉल किया है और वो परेशान है क्वेश्चंस है. जो मर्डरर है उसने किसी को मर्डर कर दिया है और वो कह रहा है कि इट्स नॉट माय फॉल्ट. अब जज परेशान है कि भाई क्यों नहीं. वो कहते हैं कि द जीन आई एम कैरिंग इज हैविंग अ ट्रेट जिसमें एग्रेसिव होना है. तो अब मेरा तो कसूर नहीं है, अगर कोई जीन मेरे पास आई है तो मैं इसमें मेरा क्या कसूर. तो अगर मैंने किसी को मर्डर किया तो हाउ रिस्पॉन्सिबल आई एम फॉर दैट. ये क्वेश्चंस हैं आप लोगों के. या अगर कोई एक शख्स है आपके पास, वो आके पूछता है कि मेरा जो स्टेम सेल के बाद लिवर का रीजेनरेशन हुआ था और उसमें दोबारा से मॉर्बिड प्रॉब्लम्स हो रहे हैं, तो मेरा इंश्योरेंस का जो है क्लेम बढ़ रहा है, प्रीमियम बढ़ रहा है, तो ये प्रीमियम बढ़ना चाहिए कि नहीं बढ़ना चाहिए. These are the questions which you guys are supposed to face. I tell you कि ये दूर नहीं है वक्त. हम नहीं भूलते वो टाइम कि जब हमारे अंकल कहते थे कि थोड़े दिन बाद बेटा ये होगा कि जब फ़ोन आएगा तो बेगम साहबा लिपस्टिक लगाने के बाद फ़ोन अटेंड किया करेंगी. हम हंसते थे उस बात पे, लेकिन आज ऐसा ही है. यू फेस टाइम सारा आप लोग करते होते हैं. दैट इज़ नॉकिंग द डोर. इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ क्या है? इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ ये है कि कोई भी वो लिविंग बीइंग, आई वुड से ह्यूमन बींग्स वी ऑल आर, अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह मशरफुल मखलूक़ात हैं. हम स्टूडेंट्स ऑफ मेडिसिन की होने की हैसियत से जो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट हमारे लिए चीज़ है वो ये है कि वी नीड टू बी क्यूरियस. हमें हर वो चीज़ जो हो रही है उसका क्यों देखना होगा कि ये क्यों है. व्हाट, हु, वेयर, व्हेन. अगर हम ये चीज़ें नहीं देखेंगे तो हम सारे अपने डिसीजंस जो बनाएंगे वो सब्जेक्टिव डिसीजंस होंगे. मुझे अच्छा लगता है सलमान लोधी, इसलिए मैं उसे पसंद करता हूँ. उसके पास क्या ट्रेट्स हैं, उसकी कौन सी अच्छाइयाँ हैं जो मुझे अच्छी लगती हैं, कौन सी बुराइयाँ हैं जो मैं बर्दाश्त कर सकता हूँ, उसके बाद मैं क्लेम करूँ कि हाँ ये मुझे अच्छा लगता है. नेट एनालिसिस में दैट वुड बी अ रैशनल डिसीजन. लेकिन अगर कोई somebody is just saying I like him because I mean that's how we are, ये दुरुस्त नहीं है चीज़. तो हमको क्यूरियस होना पड़ेगा अपनी तमाम एक्टिविटीज़ के अंदर. Lots of common questions. आपको याद होगा कि हमने जब पढ़ा था कि न्यूटन ने लॉ ऑफ कंजर्वेशन ऑफ मास, राइट, लॉ ऑफ कंजर्वेशन ऑफ एनर्जी, और उसके बाद क्या हुआ, इज इक्वल टू mc स्क्वायर. व्हाट आई एम सेइंग इज कि वो सब चीजें जो फैक्ट्स कभी होते हैं वो चेंज हो जाते हैं, जो लॉज हो रहे होते हैं वो चेंज हो जाते हैं और चीजें बदल रही हैं, बिकॉज हमारी नॉलेज बहुत लिमिटेड है. हमारे पास जो स्कोप है थिंकिंग का वो सिर्फ हमारी ऑब्जर्वेशन पे बेस करता है और वो बहुत लिमिटेड है. देयर इज अ लॉट मोर विच इज हैपनिंग अराउंड अस. ये सारे क्वेश्चंस जो कोई भी शख्स सोचना चाहिए, any zi shaur and any wise and any person with an open eye need to look into all these questions कि क्या चीजें हैं सारी. इन सब के आंसर्स आपको बड़ी मुश्किल से मिलेंगे, लेकिन इनके आंसर्स हैं और तलाश भी करने होंगे. Another important thing is the perspective. I mean, same person will comment about another person that यार बड़ा foolish आदमी है, and about the same person कुछ और लोग कहेंगे very wise guy. तो लोगों की डिफरेंट परसेप्शन है. यानी आप एक ही चीज को देखते हैं तो उसकी जैसे लाइक व्हाट इज 2 and 2, 2 + 2 क्या है, तो 5, one wise man is saying it's 5. अब देखिए ना कि इंजीनियर क्या बोलेगा, उसने कैलकुलेट किया 3.99, and what physicists saying between something between 3.8 to 4.2, and same is mathematician, वो कहता है कि everybody is coming with their own perceptions कि ये चीज क्या है. So that is another very important part while we're doing research कि जो principal investigator है या जो co-investigators हैं उनको अपने perceptions को ऐसे रखना होगा कि जिसमें bias eliminate हो. है क्या चीज रिसर्च? बेसिकली कुछ क्वेश्चंस हैं जो unanswered हैं और कुछ आंसर्स हैं जिनके क्वेश्चन ही नहीं हुए और आंसर हमको मिल गए. इन चीजों में से जो बीच की चीजों को निकालनी है, व्हाट वी नीड टू रियली आइडेंटिफाई एंड लुक इनटू इज रिसर्च. और जो भी बड़ी अच्छी बात करी प्रीवियस स्पीकर ने कि क्वेश्चन इज एन आर्ट. आपको कैसे फ्रेज करना है, बल्कि मैं भूलता हूँ उस वक्त कि जब हमने स्टडीज स्टार्ट की लॉन्ग टाइम बैक, तो ख्वाहिश ये होती थी कि 6 सवाल और बढ़ा लो तो स्कोप और बढ़ जाएगा, और नतीजतन आपका क्वेश्चनर बन जाता था 100 सवाल का, और उसकी फिर फीजिबिलिटी, उसका रैशनल, उसकी सारी चीज़ बड़ी मुश्किल हो जाती थी. तो यू हैव टू लुक इनटू दोस थिंग्स एज वेल कि आपने क्या आपके क्वेश्चंस हैं. देखिए, एक ही चीज़ को आप एक दफ़ा देखते हैं, यू सर्च इट, आप उसको दोबारा से देखते हैं, यू रिसर्च इट, इसके बाद निकलता है ट्रूथ. इसलिए, और इसके 1000 एग्जांपल्स मैंने भी आपके सामने भी दी. न्यूटन की जो बात अभी की कि इज इक्वल टू mc स्क्वायर, तो कुछ चीज़ें पहले कभी ट्रूथ होती हैं लेकिन वो ट्रूथ प्रूव होती हैं कि वो ठीक नहीं है. बहुत सारी वो फाइंडिंग्स और वो सर्जरीज और वो मेडिसिन जो अल्टीमेट कहलाती थी, आज उनके बारे में ये होता है कि दैट वाज ऑल स्टूपिडिटी. उसके बाद कॉन्स्पिरेसी थियरी होती है कि ये फार्मेसी का या ये सारे फार्मास्यूटिकल इंडस्ट्री का गेम प्लान है, लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स. So the whole idea is that you need to look into it, search again, look into it, and then try to find out the truth. अच्छा, देखिए कुछ चीजें some of the previous speakers did throw some light on that कि रिसर्च जो है ना, ये ऐसा नहीं है कि आपने कोई एक चेयर बनानी है और आपने उसके लिए लकड़ी लाए और आपने कुछ चीजें लाई और बना दी. ये एक प्रोसेस है, आपको ये अंडरस्टैंड करना पड़ेगा. मैं वो सारी बातें आपसे कह रहा हूँ कि जो निस्बतन आसान है और लेमन टर्म में बात कर रहा हूँ ताकि स्टूडेंट्स को अंडरस्टैंड करें, स्टूडेंट्स कॉम्प्रिहेंड करें कि पीछे बेसिक इसकी चीज़ें हैं क्या. राइट, ये प्रोसेस है. आपको जो है वो एक्सप्लेनेशंस ऑफ द इवेंट्स, इनको आपने सर्च करना होता है कि चीज़ें हैं क्या और कैसे हैं, क्या फिनोमिनन्स हैं, क्या रिलेशनशिप्स हैं, क्या लिंकेजेस हैं. दैट इज़ व्हाट यू नीड टू लुक इनटू. और जो लोग समझते हैं कि जी मैंने तो जो है वो 10 साल का डाटा कलेक्ट किया है, और वो समझता है इंसान अपने आप को कि मैं बहुत बड़ा रिसर्चर हूँ. तो अगर 10 साल का डाटा जमा किया हुआ है उसने, चाहे वो स्टूडेंट्स के मार्क्स का हो और चाहे वो उनके बिहेवियर्स का हो, चाहे वो किसी भी चीज़ का हो, लेकिन अगर उसको किसी मीनिंगफुल रिजल्ट में, किसी मीनिंगफुल कंक्लूजन में नहीं ला सका, तो दैट इज़ नॉट रिसर्च. तो ये रिसर्च नहीं है, आपको ये समझना होगा. दूसरे ये कि अगर एक ऑलरेडी पब्लिश रिसर्च है उसमें से आपने कोई चीज़ निकाल के फिर डाली है, दैट इज अगेन यू हैव टू रिसर्च. कोई नई चीज़ में ऐड की है, जैसे आज जो सेकंड प्राइज मिला इत्तेफाक से, वो वाला जो ग्रुप है मैंने असेस किया था, एंड अच्छे क्वेश्चंस बच्चों के साथ हुए, एंड दे गिव गुड आंसर्स टू. तो चीज़ वही है कि आई आस्क देम के व्हाट न्यू थिंग यू आइडेंटिफाइड, बिकॉज आपने जो काम किया है वो ऑलरेडी आइडेंटिफाइड है, कोरिलेशंस जो है आइडेंटिफाइड हैं. आपने कोई ऐसी चीज़ आइडेंटिफाई की जो पहले नहीं थी, तो उनके पास ग्रिम आंसर्स थे, बट दैट इज हाउ यू बीइंग द रिसर्चर्स needs to look into. देखिए एक और चीज़ जो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है वो ये कि रिसर्च ऑब्जर्वेशन पे बेस करती है. यहाँ से मैं आऊँगा अपना आर्ट वाला जो कॉम्पोनेंट है, दैट इज ऑल्सो वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कॉम्पोनेंट. कि आप साइंस में आप क्या करते हैं, आप रिसर्च में क्या किया, आपने ऑब्जर्व किया, राइट. एंड ऑब्जर्व क्या करते हैं, जो आप देखते हैं, जो आप छूते हैं, जो आप सुनते हैं, करेक्ट. लेकिन देयर आर लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स जो आप ना देख सकते हैं, ना आप छू सकते हैं, ना आप सुन सकते हैं. किसी की इंटेलेक्ट को आपने असेस करना है, आप कैसे इसको मेजर करेंगे, इसको आप कैसे ऑब्जर्व करेंगे. अगेन सब्जेक्टिविटी के बहुत सारे कंपोनेंट्स आएंगे, उसके अंदर बहुत सारी एक परसेप्शन की कंपोनेंट्स आएंगे, उस इंसान की ब्रॉट अप के केमिस्ट्री के कंपोनेंट्स आएंगे. तो दिस इज रियली इंपॉर्टेंट एंड क्रूशियल कि आपको आर्ट भी करना पड़ेगा. आज की जो नई रिसर्च है उसमें आपको आर्ट भी करना पड़ेगा. अच्छा, जो बेसिक मोटी मोटी टाइप्स हैं वो तो एक तो आपकी है बेसिक रिसर्च. आपने कोई चीज़ एनी फंडामेंटल फैक्ट जिसकी रिलेशनशिप आपने उठानी है, दैट इज बेसिक. लेकिन उसकी एप्लीकेशंस अगर आपने देखनी है, दैट इज अप्लाई. आपके पास वो सारे डबल ब्लाइंड, डबल बनी, रैंडमाइज सारे ट्रायल्स आप दे चुके हो, लेकिन ये पीछे बैकग्राउंड कॉन्सेप्ट्स हैं जो आपको अंडरस्टैंड करने पड़ेंगे. एक और जो चीज़ मैं फील करता हूँ, बहुत कीनली महसूस करता हूँ कि हमारे यहाँ रिसर्च, इवन सीनियर प्रोफेसर्स, उनमें भी ये है कि रिसर्च का मतलब ये है कि कहीं भी कोई एक वो आदमी जिसके पास कंघा नहीं है बाल बनाने के लिए और जो वाइट कोट पहना हुआ है वो रिसर्च कर रहा है. बात यह है कि आपको रिसर्च के लिए आइडेंटिफाई करने पड़ेंगे डिफरेंट एरियाज. कौन सा आपका एरिया है, आपने मेडिकल रिसर्च करनी है, या आपने हेल्थ सिस्टम रिसर्च करनी है, या आपने ऑपरेशनल रिसर्च करनी है, या आपने क्लिनिकल रिसर्च करनी है. हमारे यहाँ बिलुमूम सब एक ही चीज़ समझते हैं. मेरा नीश रहा है क्लिनिकल रिसर्च में और मेरी फेलोशिप भी क्लिनिकल रिसर्च में ही है. लेकिन ये कि अब लोग समझते हैं कि शायद मैं मेडिकल रिसर्च भी उसी तरह कर रहा हूँ, शायद ऑपरेशनल रिसर्च भी उस तरह ही कर रहा हूँ, एंड पीपल मिसअंडरस्टैंड इट. कहीं रिसर्च का नाम आया तो हर रिसर्च को एक ही तरह हैंडल करते हैं. द डिफरेंट काइंड्स, द डिफरेंट टाइप्स विच यू नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड. अपनी नीश देखें कि आपकी केमिस्ट्री को, आपके स्ट्रेंथ्स को कौन सी चीज मैच करती है, और जो मैच करती है उस पे फिर आप जाइए, राइट. दैट वाज अबाउट द डिफरेंट काइंड्स. जो स्कीमा है वो एक बड़ा स्ट्रेट फ्लो है. आपको सबसे पहले तो क्वेश्चन, ये प्रॉब्लम जो भी है वो व्हाट्स द क्वेश्चन. उसके बाद आप क्या करेंगे कि अपने गोल्स एंड ऑब्जेक्टिव आइडेंटिफाई करें. दैट नीड्स टू बी स्मार्ट कि आपको स्पेसिफिक हो, वो मेजरेबल हो, वो अफोर्डेबल हो, वो रैशनल हो, वो टाइम बाउंड हो. आपने इसके बाद अपने ऑब्जेक्टिव्स डिफाइन किए उसके, एंड देन यू हैव टू प्लान द डिज़ाइन. डिज़ाइन पे आपने कल वर्कशॉप्स भी किए हैं, आज भी आपने बात सारी सुन ली हुई है. एंड आफ्टर दैट आप जनरेट करेंगे जो बड़ी अच्छी बात किसी ने की थी कि एक तो नॉलेज को ट्रेन की जाती है, एक नॉलेज जनरेट की जाती है. जो यूनिवर्सिटी की बात हो रही थी, चौधरी साहब ने बात की, दैट वाज अ वेरी वैल्यूएबल इन्फॉर्मेशन, प्रॉब्ली पीस ऑफ द डे टुडे, कि आप अगर रिसर्च कर रहे हैं तो आप जनरेट कर रहे हैं नॉलेज, एंड उसको बाद में प्रोसेस करते हैं, एनालाइज करते हैं, आप कंक्लूड करते हैं और आप ड्रॉ करते हैं रिजल्ट्स, जो आप उनसे इन्फरेंसेस ड्रॉ करते हैं, राइट. जो कुछ इंपॉर्टेंट हॉलमार्क्स हैं रिसर्च के, एक तो चीज़ ये है कि जब तक इसमें पर्पस नहीं होगा, जब तक वो चीज़ नहीं है, इट शुड नॉट बी एग्जामिनेशन डायरेक्टेड, इट शुड नॉट बी प्रमोशन डायरेक्टेड, इट नीड नॉट टू बी फाइनेंस डायरेक्टेड. ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ है. आपके पास पर्पस, अगर आपके पास फिलहाल 2 साल के लिए पर्पस ये है कि आई हैव टू मेक मनी, ऑलराइट, दैट्स ओके, कि आपने अगर, लेकिन आपने आइडेंटिफाई किया हुआ है कि ये 2 साल के लिए मैंने इस काम के लिए करनी है रिसर्च, तो आपके पास पर्पसनेस बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है जो काम में रहेगी. उसके बाद ये है कि आपका अपना खुद वो एक इतना राइगर उसमें हो आपके डिज़ाइन के अंदर कि वो एप्लीकेबिलिटी और उसकी वो सारी चीज़ रहे. प्योर हाइपोथेटिकल ना हो, टेस्टेबिलिटी इज इंपॉर्टेंट. जो आपने अली बात करी थी कि आप बार बार एक चीज कर रहे हैं और आपको सिमिलर रिजल्ट मिल रहे हैं, ओनली देन इट इज लेबल्ड एज साइंटिफिक. तो ये टेस्टेबिलिटी उसकी इंपॉर्टेंट है कि चीजें हैं. रेप्लिकेबिलिटी, आपने एक जगह तो बना लिया, एक जो बेस्ट सेंटर था पाकिस्तान में वाहिद एक HEJ या व्हाटएवर, और वहाँ सारी फैसिलिटीज़ भी थी, वो आपने बना लिया. अब आप करना चाह रहे हैं तो वो रेप्लिकेट नहीं हो सकता, क्योंकि उनके पास ये मॉडल नहीं है, या इक्विपमेंट नहीं है, या SPSS का वो वर्जन नहीं है, या व्हाटएवर, कि आपके पास जो है ना वो चीज़ें नहीं है जिससे आप ये चीज़ें कर सकते हो. एंड देन प्रिसिशन, आपको शार्प होना पड़ेगा, आपको प्रिसाइज होना पड़ेगा. आप बहुत वेग और जनरल नहीं रहोगे. ये इस रिसर्च के अंदर बहुत बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ है. ऑब्जेक्टिविटी वी हैव ऑलरेडी डिस्कस, एंड जनरलाइजेबिलिटी, यानी उसको आप स्टेपुलेट कर सकते हो, उसको आप मासेस के लिए और अदरवाइज उसका यूज आप डाल सकते हो. अच्छा, अब जो कुछ जो भी नए ट्रेंडी टूल्स आ रहे हैं, आप ये देख रहे हो कि इस वक्त जो ना वो डाटा वेयर हाउसेज हैं. I was shocked. One day, I mean, people from IBM they called. उन्होंने कहा कि doctor, we want to have you and few more. हम कुछ चीज़ एक प्लान करने चाह रहे हैं. IBM ने एक अपनी नई कंपनी बनाई, and they are gathering data from all the research centers in USA. I was shocked कि क्या करने चाह रहे हैं, what they're up to. खबर ये लगी कि वो they are trying to mine data from wherever the resource is available. जहाँ जहाँ resource है, उन्होंने कहा हम support करेंगे आपका electronic data capture, for which you have to pay a lot, hence some money. वो कहते हैं ये सब हम आपको free देंगे, लेकिन हम एक business associate agreement sign करेंगे, जिसमें ये कि वो data हम share करेंगे आपके साथ और हम उसको use भी कर सकेंगे for the good of humanity. So that is crucial. ये चीज़ें आजकल हो रही हैं बहुत ज़्यादा. आप देखते होंगे बहुत मर्तबा कि आपने बैडमिंटन की रैकेट खरीदने के लिए एक गूगल सर्च किया तो आपके पास शटल कॉक्स के एड्स और आपके पास सारे बैडमिंटन के रैकेट्स के एड्स, उसके बाद सारे एड्स. व्हाट इज दैट? ये सब वही एल्गोरिथम्स हैं जो आपके बिग डाटा की वजह से चीज़ें आ गई हुई हैं. रिसर्चर को समझना होगा ये वो टूल्स हैं, ये वो चीज़ें हैं जो आप अगर यूज़ करेंगे तो ज़िंदगी बहुत आसान हो जाएगी. एंड दे आर इन देयर इन द वेस्ट. तो ये चीज़ें हम लोग भी अच्छे से यूज़ कर सकते हैं. आप ये भी बहुत देख रहे हैं कि कल को जो probably I'm not really very sure, लेकिन आप लोगों से compete कर रहे होंगे और यहाँ आर्ट का component आता है. आप लोगों से compete कर रहे होंगे बहुत से robots. यानी आप अगर आपने algorithms बना के रखी हुई हैं, जैसे डायबिटीज़, मेरे पास मैं अपना डायबिटीज सेंटर देखता हूँ, वहाँ पर अगर ये क्लैरिटी है कि पहले से टाइप 1 है कि टाइप 2 है, अगर टाइप 2 है तो फिर उसके बाद एज क्या है, उसके बाद इंसुलिन, आप सारे चीज़ों के अवेलेबल हैं एल्गोरिथम्स और आपको मशीन बता देगी. आप इनपुट्स डालते रहें अपने जो आपके कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स हैं उनका, एंड मशीन विल गाइड यू कि आपको क्या दवा लेनी चाहिए, आपको कितनी दवा लेनी चाहिए. तो रोल ऑफ मैनी ऑफ द डॉक्टर्स विल बी ऑब्सोलीट कि वो जब अगर वो बेहतर एक्यूरेसी के साथ, कम बायस के साथ अगर आपको रिजल्ट दे रहा है कोई रोबोट या कोई मशीन लर्निंग, तो वो दैट नीड्स टू बी लुक्ड इनटू कि आपने वहाँ आर्ट का कंपोनेंट आएगा कि आपने पेशेंट को, यानी 2 अशखास आ रहे हैं आपकी रूम के अंदर, आप एज ए क्लिनिशियन को उनको आपने ट्रीट करना है. अगर एक शख्स है, अगर बाहर कोई पटाखा फूटा और वो बंदा बोले देखो गोली तो नहीं चल गई कहीं, ये एक वन सब्जेक्ट. अनदर सब्जेक्ट कि अगर बाहर गोली भी चली होगी ना, बच्चे खेल रहे होंगे यार कोई बात नहीं. इन दोनों बंदों को फॉर सेम शुगर लेवल्स आपको डोज डिफरेंट देना है, क्योंकि आपको असेस ये करना है. ये काम मशीन नहीं कर सकेगी, ये काम आपको करना होगा. दैट इज द आर्ट. यहाँ वो कंपोनेंट है जो आपको समझना होगा और इसको आई मीन यू नीड टू लुक इनटू दीस थिंग्स. कुछ ये मॉडल से जो एआई के रेफरेंस है, आप देख रहे हैं ना कि आजकल तो सारी कुछ गाइडेंस होती है. पहले तो सिर्फ वाइटल साइंस की बात थी, अब तो सारी प्रेडिक्शंस हो रही हैं. यानी हम अपने पाकिस्तान में इस्लामाबाद में बैठ के अगर 8 पैरामीटर्स बताते हैं हमारा पेशेंट, तो हम बता देते हैं कि 6 साल बाद आपको नजर आना बंद हो जाएगा. अगर वो अपना HbA1c इंप्रूव कर लेता है या अपना सिस्टोलिक हाइपरटेंशन ठीक कर लेता है, तो हम बताते हैं कि जी आप पहले 6 साल में आप अंधे होने जा रहे थे, अब आप 9 साल में अंधे होने जा रहे हैं. तो आई मीन दीज आर प्रेडिक्टिव टूल्स, जिसके अंदर आपको ये अंदाजा होता है कि अगर आपने वेरिएबल्स डाल दिए उन चीज़ों के जो लीड करती हैं किसी एक अल्टीमेट, किसी एक कॉम्प्लिकेशन की तरफ, तो यू कैन मैनेज एंड यू कैन मैनिपुलेट. दिस इज व्हाट बेसिकली AI इज डूइंग अ लॉट. और इसमें इंटरप्रेट कर रहा है ECG की मशीन, वो सजेस्ट भी कर रही है. अभी जो हमारे बच्चे थे, एक पोस्टर था, वेरी गुड पोस्टर, जिसमें उन्होंने वो रखा कि जो ऑडियो साउंड्स हैं, उन साउंड्स के साथ साथ आपके पास ECG की जो ट्रेसिंग्स हैं वो सामने आपके आएंगी. दैट्स वेरी गुड. तो ये सब चीज़ें आ रही हैं जो AI लेकर आ रहा है. और आपको AI को अपना कॉम्पिटिटर नहीं बनाना, बल्कि आपने AI को यूज़ करते हुए बेस्ट रिजल्ट्स निकालने हैं. ये बाकी सारी वो चीज़ें हैं जो आप देख रहे हैं दुनिया में अभी हो रही हैं, और ये सब इट्स ऑल हैपनिंग. अच्छा, वी ऑलरेडी डिस्कस अबाउट द आर्ट कंपोनेंट ऑफ द रिसर्च. हमने AI में रोबोट से compete करने में ये हमारी एज होगी. जो जैसे वो ना फरिश्तों को अल्लाह मैंने नाम से सबसे पूछा था कि भाई आप भी बता दें कि जी मैंने क्या सिखाया, तो सब कहने लगे कि अल्लाह मियां आपको मालूम है, हमको नहीं मालूम. तो उन्होंने कहा मैं जो जानता हूँ तुम नहीं जानते. तो ये वो चीज़ है जो इल्मुल अस्मा सईद ने जिक्र किया था अभी आने के बाद. नाउ द थिंग इज कि कुछ क्लोजिंग रिमार्क्स मेरे 2 से 3 जो इम्पोर्टेंट हैं आप लोगों के लिए, और जो मैं समझता हूँ कि इस पोडियम पे जहाँ से मेरे बहुत दिल के करीब उस्ताद रब साहब, हमीद साहब, सलमान साहब, जलीसी साहब, ये वो लोग थे जो हमारे सामने बहुत सिंबल थे. मैं चाहता हूँ कि ये आपका राइट है और मेरा ऑब्लिगेशन है कि ये मैसेजेस आपको देके जाऊँ, सो दैट आप रिमेंबर करें कि ये चीज़ें सारी भी क्रूशल हैं. कि इस वक्त आप देख रहे हैं कि फैक्ट ये है कि सारी रिसर्च जो है ना वो नॉट सारी मोस्ट ऑफ द रिसर्च इज इकोनॉमिक ड्रिवन कि यानी इबोला पे नहीं हो रही कोई रिसर्च क्योंकि वहाँ कोई पे करने वाला नहीं है, लेकिन मैंने खुद 9 ट्रायल्स किए एज प्रिंसिपल इन्वेस्टिगेटर इन्फ्लुएंजा के लिए। तो ये वो चीज़ें हैं कि जहाँ सारी स्पेंडिंग होगी, उनको पता है कि यहाँ वो पॉपुलेशन है जो पे कर सकती है उस प्रोडक्ट के लिए। हमने जो जहाँ से जो गुजरना है वो ऐसे गुजरना है कि हम देते रहें, इसलिए कि देने वाला हाथ लेने वाले हाथ से अच्छा है। ऑलवेज रिमेंबर दिस। और अच्छे बेहतरीन लोग वो होते हैं अकॉर्डिंग टू अ प्रॉफिट कि जो दूसरों को हेल्प करते हैं और मदद करते हैं। जो आखिरी बातें हैं वो ये कि हमारे पास जो नॉलेज है, आप देखते हैं कि डुप्लीकेशन टाइम फॉर द नॉलेज ऑफ मेडिसिन इज नाउ 6 to 7 years, जेनेटिक्स के लिए और भी कम है और आईटी में और भी कम हो गया है। तो नतीजतन क्या है कि आपकी नॉलेज इज जस्ट एक्सप्लोडिंग, इट्स कमिंग फास्ट। तो हमारे पास बहुत थोड़ी नॉलेज है लेकिन बहुत कुछ होनी बाकी है, ये आप लोगों को अपने जहन में रखना पड़ेगा। And the last slide is trust your capacities. Trust your capacities. Humans, I have seen people, trust me, मैंने देखे हैं वो इंसान जिन्होंने हॉट वाटर बॉटल को फूंक मार मार के फाड़ दिया, इतना वाइटल कैपेसिटी अपना स्ट्रांग किया हुआ था। I have seen with my own eyes a lady who could control her systolic blood pressure in 3 to 5 minutes. वो आंख बंद करके उसने 40 से 50 मिलीमीटर ऑफ मर्करी नीचे किया अपना सिस्टोलिक ब्लड प्रेशर। अब हमारे लिए माइंड बॉगलिंग है ना, ऑटोनोमस नर्वस सिस्टम नहीं है हमारे हिसाब में, हमारे कंट्रोल में नहीं है, इट्स ऑटोनोमस, लेकिन दिस इज हैपनिंग, दिस इज व्हाट इज देयर। ट्रस्ट योर कैपेसिटीज। आपको अल्लाह ने अशरफुल मखलूकात बनाया है। ट्रस्ट योर स्ट्रेंथ्स, ट्रस्ट योर कैपेसिटीज, और उसको फिर बरोए कार लाते हुए कम अप विद द आइडियाज। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you, Dr. Babar. I would like to invite Dr. Tahir Fandi to please come on stage and present the shield to Dr. Babar.
I was so pleased कि मुझे आने के बाद पता लगा कि हमारे साथ टेबल टेनिस में साथ कॉमन रूम में खेलते थे आजम खान के साथ। ये आजम की बेटी है। I didn't know.
Thank you for coming.
Okay, we are almost at the end of the session. We have this morning the assessment for the posters by our international visitors and scholars. So there are 10 posters were selected the best on the out of 21. So I invite Professor Lubna Beg, our patron of the conference, to come on the stage to distribute this certificate and close and say a few words as a closing remarks. Madam, आइए दे दीजिए और कॉल सर्टिफिकेट दे दीजिए। बोलो हाँ बोलो आ जाओ जल्दी।
Hello, Assalamu alaikum. I'll be reading the titles and जो जिसके ये titles हैं वो kindly ऊपर आए अपने certificates accept करें. Effect of physical activity on mood. Effect of adequate amount of sleep, healthy eating, habits, and social activities on performance of medical students during examination. The effect of caffeinated beverages consumption on the sleep habits and lifestyle of medical students. Second है फर्स्ट ही चल रहा है फर्स्ट चल रहा है बहुत सारे हैं The effect of adequate amount of sleep, healthy eating habits, and social activities on performance of medical students during examination.
The second one. Second one.
Here.
इरफान को बुलाइए ना इरफान को तो बुलाइए इरफान को बुलाइए ना उसको जा सर ऐसे नहीं करिए बाहर खड़ा है वो उसको पता ही नहीं वो वेट कर रहा है हाँ डॉक्टर इरफान सुलेमान डॉक्टर इरफान the effect हो गया the effect of the second the price from poster number 21 to 30 goes to the topic the effect of caffeinated beverages consumption on the sleep habit कौन ये तो इनको तो हम ऑलरेडी प्राइस दे चुके हैं
थर्ड ये
बेईमानी है यार
थर्ड
The effect of caffeinated beverages consumption on the sleep habits and lifestyle of medical students in public and private medical colleges. Irfan? The next topic is awareness of the next team. The topic is awareness of cardiopulmonary resuscitation among medical undergraduate of public and private universities. Anybody here for this topic? Please come on stage. आ जाओ बेटा अभी आ जाओ From 41 to 50, the prize goes to title Effectiveness of Provisional P13 Traction with Stabilization Exercise versus Stabilization Exercise alone in the management of lumbar radiopathy. Who is there? Okay. From the number 61 to 70, the prize goes to the topic Anti-atherosclerotic Effect of Opuntia and its silver nanopartic against stem cell formation via nuclear factor KB signaling. Okay, we'll keep the prizes for them and we'll give them afterwards. From 71 to 80, the prize goes to the topic Effect of chlorhexidine conjugated gold on biofilm for Klebsiella pneumoniae. From 81 to 90, the prize goes to the topic Gut microbe interference with host tryptophan metabolism pathway and regulate basal anxiety-like behavior. From 51 to 60, it goes to the topic frequency of strabistic amblyopia in school-going and non-school-going children among age group of 5 to 15 years. Anybody here for this topic? So we'll keep the prizes and you can collect your prizes afterwards from research department. Acha, for lunch, the faculty can go upstairs at the 5th floor, and students, you can collect your lunch boxes outside.
Faculty and the foreign guests.
Sir, just wait on. You have just... For vote of thanks, I would request Professor Lubna Beg, who is also an SMCN. Ma'am, please come on stage.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you all. The only good thing is research module जो जबरदस्ती करवाया गया था उसका फायदा नजर आ रहा है. Thank you students. Thanks a lot.